For over a century, they observed you, measured you, questioned what they could not explain. Reports were written, then filed away. Findings whispered in academic circles, yet never spoken in classrooms. Knowledge stored like a secret, visible but never illuminated. But the silence only lasts so long. Eventually, truth resurfaces. The great book of Melanin research opens the door to what was gathered and concealed. Decades of studies, global reports, and scientific notes that reveal more about identity, culture, and human design than they ever expected. This is not myth. This is not speculation. This is the record they left behind. A record meant for anyone but you. Order today, and the Police Stop Law package becomes your free companion. A guide to protection, awareness, and grounding in the world you navigate daily. For a century, they studied you in silence. Now the silence breaks, and the knowledge returns home.
Let's explore a different way of understanding the mind. We're going to dive into a framework that sees the human brain not as a generator of thought, but as a biological instrument, one designed to resonate with the universe itself.
So, let's start by looking at our most familiar organ, the brain. We're usually taught to see it as this super complex computer, right? A processor? But what if its main job is something far more passive, and yet somehow far more powerful? Listen closely. The brain is not only a processor of thought, it is a tuning instrument, a receiver, a transmitter. Now think about what that really suggests. It means consciousness isn't something we just create out of nothing, but maybe it's a universal signal that we learn to receive. So this is the core idea, the central metaphor. It proposes that the brain doesn't actually originate thoughts. Instead, it acts like a cosmic tuning fork, vibrating in response to thoughts that already exist as frequencies, moving all around us. The crucial point here is that we are receivers, not the creators of thought.
The brain is a tuning instrument, channeling vibrations throughout the universe.
To really get your head around this, we have to go back to a fundamental principle that holds this entire framework together. The idea that everything is vibration. From the heaviest, densest rock to the most abstract idea, it's all just a matter of frequency.
This framework even gives a name to the specific vibration of thought. It's called tachyon energy. It's imagined as the highest and fastest frequency possible, so fast in fact that it usually just passes right through us without us even noticing. In this view, every single thought you have isn't a creation, it's you receiving this pre-existing cosmic energy.
The brain is not merely an organ, but a sophisticated tuning instrument, channeling the universe vibration.
So if everything is vibration, then what does it mean to be a master of something? Whether you're a musician, a scientist, a spiritual leader, it's not about magic, it's not about pulling something out of thin air. It's a process of precision. It's about meticulously training your receiver, your brain, to tune into one specific frequency with absolute perfect clarity. Now, this idea of mastering frequencies, it isn't presented as something new. This whole perspective actually traces this knowledge way, way back to a kind of mythic past, to the people of ancient Kemet, what we now call Egypt, who were described as masters of both the material and the energetic worlds.
They were said to have mastered a discipline they called the science of darkness. Now, this has nothing to do with evil. It's a metaphor for understanding the very foundations of the cosmos, the principles behind what our modern science calls dark matter and dark energy. You know, the unseen 95% of the universe that gives it all its structure.
According to this mythology, these Melanin scientists understood that carbon is the architect of all organic life. They knew that its outer valence electrons could connect with pretty much any other element, and by manipulating these electrons, they could supposedly manifest entirely new materials right on the spot, literally acting as creators of the material world.
And this is where the connection between the cosmos and our biology really gets explicit. The key that supposedly unlocked this entire science of darkness was something that was already inside their own bodies: melanin.
A really profound parallel is drawn here. You see, out in the cosmos, dark energy represents infinite potential, and dark matter provides the building blocks. Well, in our biology, melanin is said to do the exact same things. It's the fuel, it's the organizational molecule, and it's the bioelectrical conductor that gives life its structure. Just think about cosmic dark matter for a second. Science tells us it's the invisible scaffolding of the universe, right? It's the unseen structure whose gravity holds entire galaxies together, keeping them from just flying apart.
Well, in the very same way, neuromelanin is presented here as the biological dark matter. It's the main organizing molecule in living systems, the unseen force that directs energy and regulates all our metabolic processes. It literally holds the complex structure of life together. It's the direct biological counterpart.
And to truly let that idea sink in, you must unlearn what you have learned. It really requires a total paradigm shift, seeing our biology not just as a bunch of chemical reactions, but as a resonant system that's constantly interacting with the cosmos.
So how do we actually apply these huge cosmic principles? How do we take this framework and make it practical? Well, it all comes down to consciously building a mind that's capable of receiving these high frequencies. So let's ask the main question. How does the brain actually receive this high-frequency tachyon energy, these thoughts that are supposedly moving faster than light? How do you catch something that would normally just pass right through you? The process is described almost like a biological construction project. It starts with focus and repetition. That causes your neural synapses to cluster together. As you keep going, the brain fiber in that specific area gets thicker and denser. Once it hits a certain critical density, these fast-moving thoughts can't pass through anymore. Instead, they resonate against these dense pathways, kind of like a guitar string being plucked. That resonance is channeling. Information just flows effortlessly because you've built the physical structure you needed to catch that specific frequency.
The final stage of all this is about integrating that newly tuned mind with your body and with the planet itself. It's about achieving a state of, well, ultimate coherence and energetic efficiency.
This state is called biological superconductivity. It's a state of such perfect resonance that energy and information can flow through the body with zero resistance. There's no signal loss. The body becomes an incredibly efficient conductor for universal energy, a state that these ancient masters had allegedly achieved. The final piece of this puzzle is grounding. In this framework, the Earth has its own electromagnetic grid, a network of energy pathways sometimes referred to as ley lines. Because melanin is presented as such a powerful biological conductor, grounding your body allows you to tap into this grid. This amplifies your body's own magnetic field and completes a circuit with the planet, which, according to these ideas, is the key to some pretty extraordinary feats. So we end with this question. If this framework is just a useful metaphor, it suggests that you aren't the source of your thoughts. You're just the one who chooses the signal. You are building your receiver with every single moment of focus, every repetition, every single subject you choose to study. The crucial question then is this. If your brain is the receiver, what frequency are you choosing to tune into?
For over a century, they observed you, measured you, questioned
Can y'all hear me? I didn't know I was you couldn't see me. I didn't know you couldn't see me, but yo, can y'all hear me? Let me know if y'all can hear me. Y'all should be able to hear. Hold on. Hold up. Now can you guys hear me? That should be better. Am I good now? There it is. All right, y'all didn't hear nothing I said. I was counting off, running off names and shit. And I did all that shit for nothing. God damn it. No. I'll run through real quick. Mac Films, Zillium, Travis Bailey, Willie Boylan, Kissed by the Sun, What's Cracking, Leo Fire, Piccolo Sanzolo, Tristan Miller, What's Happening, Caramel Soldier, Chinzira Anubis, What's Happening? What up, Corey? Rex G3, 305 Capricorn, Chris Tiger Ellis, MD Marksmanship, excuse me, What's Happening? Rafesis 2023, Sam Stone, Trayvon 76, What's Happening? True SAT, What's Happening? Ultra Instinct, Train Key, I think that's it. Train Key 316, I hope I got it right. Demarius Willis, What's Happening? Say Kuala, the Godzilla, What's happening, y'all? So it's done. I'm good. You guys can hear now. All right, all right, you guys can hear. And Tune and Twain, Brian Bennett, what up, Roderick Roche? What's up, brother? Karen Williams, what's happening? King Lemuel Productions, what's happening, brother? You said, what'd you say about the chicken shawarma? Say peace, cat, to the chicken shawarma, to the chicken shawarma crew. That's funny. And man, it's a whole lot of y'all in here now. Can't read off all the names now. There's so many of y'all in here. But appreciate you for showing up on another Saturn's Day. Thank y'all for getting on in here. Make sure you help us get to the goal. You know we have a goal, everybody. You know what the goal is, people. Y'all know what our goal is. Appreciate you for the donation goal that you help me get to every week. Just hit it on the Cash App. Real Nagas, the number 9. Also, somebody let me know I had Venmo. I didn't even know I had Venmo. So I guess Venmo is also Real Nagas. Is Real Nagas on Venmo if you don't have Cash App. But appreciate you guys. Yo, William Andrews. Thank you, brother. Thank you for the Cash App. Thank you, William Andrews.
May the force be with you.
Oops. I just clicked off my. All right. All right, everybody. I gotta make sure my computer doesn't go out of power. With the second screen I have on here, it always sucks up a lot of power in the computer, so I can't finish usually the way I want to finish with the videos. So hopefully we go good today. But what's cracking, people? Thank you for showing up on another Saturn's Day. The Saturn's Day. Got one more Saturn's Day before my solar return. So solar return's coming up on the 7th, April 7th. So next Saturn, it'll be after next Saturn's Day. So we'll have to celebrate it next Saturn's Day. But shout out to my Aries crew. Aries, baby. It's all Aries now. We in full Aries. Wait, are we in full Aries? Where we at? No, we're not in full Aries yet. After March 30th, it's full Aries. We still in a little bit of Aries with Pisces, like a smidgen of Pisces still left in the Aries if you're born on the 28th. How it goes is if you're born on the first 10 days of a sign, you're that sign plus whatever came before it. Then if you're born in the middle 10 days of a sign, you're completely that sign. And then if you're born in the last 10 days, you're that sign plus what comes after it. Now, depending on how close you are born to that sign, you're going to have more of that sign within you, right? So say if you're born, I'll give you an example. Taurus starts on April 20th. So if you're born on April 19th, you're going to be in Aries, but you're going to have a lot of Taurus in you. Whereas if you're born, let's say on April 11th, if you move 10 days, you'll still be in Taurus, but it's very small, like only 1 day within Taurus. So you still have some Taurus in you, but very little. So that's how it works. This is called the decans, the 10-day breakdown of a month. And just because you're a sign doesn't mean all signs are the same. The first 10 days of a sign are different. And then within those 10 days, you'll get different energies based on how close they're born to the sign. Middle 10 days, most of those cats, we're all alike. All full Aries, baby. What's up, baby? All my Aries. And then last 10 days, you'll get a different energy plus what's born after that. Yo, Roger Rose, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app. The super chat. This is a super chat. Thank you, brother.
May the force be with you.
Hold on. He says, peace, Kev. Tricked out. He says, wait, was that tricked out? Oh, that must be checked out. A bunch of your wordplay in Dragon and Phoenix. Oh, that's what's up. Nice work. And I advise everyone check those out. Damn right. Work hard on that shit, man. Bringing this information. I don't do this shit for my health. Trust me. I got the information. Trust me. Y'all don't get it, man. I'm not attached to any of this information. I have this information. I give it to you because it's an agreement with the universe. You know, when the universe gives you information, you are obligated to pass that information on. And if you don't, that's when you bring about a bunch of karma. So because the information is downloaded me, or the universe has downloaded me with all this information, I'm bound to give it to you. However, I'm not attached to it. My first love is movies. Let me tell you that right now. My first love is movies. I'll go do that shit if y'all don't want this information. So you better act like you want it. Because trust me, I got a whole lot of things that I'm super proficient at. I've mastered a whole bunch of genre of things that I can go do. So y'all better support this information if you want it. So watch those videos. I'm saying that to say, watch them damn videos, those 2.0 videos that I revamped. I know it may have a Caucasian voice on it, but the AI only does Caucasian voices right now. So I can't really, I can't do the voices the way I want to do the voices, but you guys can get out there and watch that damn information. It's dope information. Thank you, Roger Gross. So real quick, before we get into it, if you ordered a package, if you ordered a package late last week, it hasn't gone out yet. Still waiting on some more books. So just hold on. I'll be getting it to you. But again, everybody, if you want to order the Great Book of Melanin Research, as we showed right there, the hard copy, bam, this is how you get the goodies, the goods. This is the Know Your Rights Manual, the Public Official Bonds book. Lets you know how to get accountability on police officers when they violate your constitutional rights. You got to know that. You have to go after the bond. It's bond and insurance. And actually more information has actually come out. I'm actually redoing this book. I'll have to redo this book. I'm still have to find some more information, but a lot of stuff is coming out about the bonds and stuff. So this is how you can get back at a police officer when they violate your rights. You place a claim or a lien on their public official bond. Police officers and officials have to have this to work. And if they don't have it, they can't work. So it's somewhere, they have it somewhere. Some type of insurance or some type of bond, they have to have it. And you just have to go find it and place a claim on it when they violate your rights. So this book right here tells you that. This is the constitutional rights card. This is the new one right here, the new constitutional rights card right here, and the qualified immunity card with the notice. Bam, you get those. And the qualified immunity card lets police officers know what your rights are and what will happen if they violate those rights. Got to let them know what happened if they violate those rights. And then the qualified immunity card lets them know that they will lose that qualified immunity, which is the shield they get when they violate your rights and they don't know that they did it. But when you alert them to the fact that they're in danger of violating your rights and you get it on camera, boom, checkmate. So that's how it works. You say, officer, you're in danger of violating my constitutional rights. You get it on camera. And then when they do, gotcha. Gotcha, bitch. And so that's how that works. So you keep this whole package. You get this whole package plus the flashcards. We have the flashcards right here. Make sure you get on these flashcards. These flashcards are dope. This is the cliff notes of what's in the Know Your Rights manual.
Pulled over? Don't guess. Be ready. Police stop flashcards give you the right words and the steps to stay safe. Knowledge you can keep in your pocket.
In your pocket. Knowledge you can keep in your pocket.
Legal literacy built for real life. These police stop law flashcards help you understand what a Terry stop means, know when you're being detained, and learn what you're required to say. Educational resource, not legal advice.
So it comes with all of that. Make sure you order the hard copy, not the digital copy, the hard copy, and you will get that. And then as we're going today, you will get one of the Rapstrology shirts right here. We got volume 1, volume 2. You don't get the hoodie, but you get the t-shirt. This is volume 2 or volume 3. Either one. You don't get all 3. You get 1, 2, or 3. Also, if we have the civil rights, constitutional rights cards here, we call these the civil rights card with the 3 gods, the 3 melanated civil rights gods, Martin Luther King. I am Malcolm X. And if it doesn't fit, you must have quit, Johnny Cochran. So if you want that, you have to let us know you want that card instead of this card. These are the new cards we're sending out. So if you want the constitutional rights cards when you order, let us know. And then we also have the ICE rights cards as well, because ICE is out here smashing. They're doing good right now. I heard they're getting people by in the airports right now. They're trying to change the narrative by being in the airports, helping people get to their destinations. But boom, if they start tripping on you, boom, you better have one of these. So again, order the Great Book of Melanin Research hard copy. You get the whole police stop law package, all of that. Bam. And only for those who order today. Only for those who order, because people keep asking me about consultations. I haven't done a lot of consultations, right, because I'd be busy. But for people, if you order today, only for the people who order the Great Book, the hard copy, the whole package today, I will give you an hour. I'm doing an hour consultation. And when you do hour, let me say this, because when I do consultations, a lot of you guys like to hit me up just to talk, just to shoot the shit. That's cool. I like seeing who my people are, who the supporters are, for sure. But if you schedule a consultation with me, make sure that you have things to ask. Write some stuff down, because a lot of you guys come in there, oh man, I didn't really expect that you was gonna do the consultation, so I didn't really know what to ask, and blah, blah, like and then y'all just want to shoot the shit for an hour. Look here, man, I love shooting the shit, love talking crazy, but make sure you have some stuff to ask so I can answer some questions so we can get in there and get out. But if you want to shoot the shit a little bit too, we can mix some of that in. But again, appreciate you guys. Yo, Charlie J. Scott. Yo, I didn't see this, brother. Thank you, Charlie J. Charlie J. What's up, brother? Thank you, Charlie J. Hold up, brother. Thank you, Charlie J. Hold up.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. $100 donation. Thank you, sir, getting us going today. Man, I appreciate you, Charlie J. So where are we at today? We're at 115 today. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you guys. All right. So again, anybody who orders the Great Book of Melanin Research, you got to do it today. This is only a today deal because my time is limited. But if you order the package today, you will get a 1-hour consultation on whatever you want to talk about. You can talk whatever, all the information I have here that I've talked about in the last, I've been on YouTube for the last, 14 years. So anything I've talked about in the last 14 years, you can talk about. All right. But you got to order today. If you don't order today, and that includes by 12 a.m. tonight, 11:59. 11:59 p.m. tonight. If you get it, you order after 11:59 p.m. tonight, you don't get the 1-hour consultation. Just make sure you take notes too. Kev's the worst. Worse than me. Wait a minute, what'd you say? I don't know what you're talking about, man. What do you mean? I'm worse than Mr. Miyagi. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Look, Mr. Miyagi understood you had the lessons already inside you. It was his job to bring them out. Do you understand? What did Mr. Miyagi say? He says, when they were standing on the boat, what did Miyagi tell him? He says, you train, so you must train to fight. And he said, is that what you think I train? Then he says, no. He really did think that, but he got caught. He says, that why you think I train? He says, no. He says, then why train? And then Daniel-san had to think about it for a minute. Because he was like, he said, you train. Oh, that's what he says. You train to fight. He says, you must like fighting because you train to fight. That's what he said. And he says, that what you think? I train to fight? And then he said, no. And he says, why train? And then he said, so you don't have to fight. See, he had to answer in him the whole time. You train so you don't have to fight. It's better to be able to whoop ass and not have to whoop ass than to have to whoop ass and not be able to whoop ass. That's how that works. But yes, I give a lot of information. You say you worse than Mr. Miyagi. I don't know what that means, bro. I give all the information that you ask for. Anything you ask for, I'll give you the information. I'm not like that. I don't hoard information. But I do make you think. Also, anybody who, if you want to get your status changed, and we're going to talk about the paper genocide of Aboriginals today. If you want to get your status changed, make sure you go to patreon.com/realnagas and sign up to one of the status class levels. At the highest level, if you're able to explain the paperwork, I will give it to you for free. All right, but you got to be able to explain it. We're going to talk about your status today a little bit. If you want to get a little bit into it today, a video came across my path that made me like, all right, we haven't gone over the paper genocide of the Aboriginals in a minute, so we'll throw that in here for a little bit so that we can get a little fresher course. Fresher upper? We do a fresher upper. We need a refresher course for sure. So we're going to go over that today. Real quick, though, I'm looking for a timestamp editor or timestamper and an editor. So if you can, so timestamper is real easy. That's just for somebody to go back through my videos, the 4 hours that I do, and timestamp them so that I can cut them into segments. We can cut them into segments. Or the YouTube will automatically cut them into segments if you timestamp them so that you can go in and just figure out, what topics I'm talking about, because I be going in and out all the time. I be going off shit. I be going on tangents and stuff. So if you want to get in here, just get the information. I need a timestamper. So anybody who can timestamp, let me know. Please hit me up at realnagas@gmail.com if you want to be a timestamper. Also an editor. If you can get in here and chop these live streams up for me into segments that we can put out into individual segments. That would also be great. So if you're a timestamper, hit me up. If you're a timestamper and an editor, hit me up. Or if you're just an editor, I need all of those. Appreciate you. But the timestamper is really easy. That's just, if you watch the video, just make sure you log the time when I change topics. That's all the timestamper is. And then YouTube actually, it breaks it down by itself. But an editor, I need somebody as a true editor, go in there and break up the different times, and then take out the times when I'm just going off on, I'm just floating on a tangent, and just put the actual information in there so that we can get the information out. You said shout out to Pat Morita for sure. Pat Morita, Pat Morita, and he the way he was talking and in the Karate Kid, he didn't sound like that. Pat Morita he didn't speak a lick of Japanese. Pat Morita did not speak a lick of Japanese. He had to make himself sound like that. Pat Morita born in like Reseda, Los Angeles, like out here in the valley somewhere. Pat Morita is fully American. He's not Japanese. He's American. Speaks completely American. has no idea how to speak Japanese, but he made himself sound like that for the movie. So shout out to Pat Morita, because damn sure I swore before I learned that, because I saw Pat Morita. If you know who Pat Morita is, he was Arnold on Happy Days. That's where Pat Morita got his start, as Arnold on Happy Days. So that's where I found him. And then he sounded like he did a half Japanese type of accent on there too. So I never knew he really wasn't Japanese. But so shout out to Pat Morita. This is trained so you don't have to fight. Absolutely. You train so you don't have to. You want to always be ready, so you don't have to get ready. Shout out to Sugar Free. Shout out to Sugar Free. If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. That's some old school stuff. Y'all don't know about that. But all right, guys, let's get into it. So Trump done lost his damn mind. As he usually does. But we haven't talked about this in a couple of weeks. This has been going for a couple of weeks, but we hadn't talked about it. Trump is trying to take over Cuba. And the stuff that he's doing to Cuba is atrocious. We have to talk about this stuff. Because hold on. Let me find the video. Dang it, where'd it go? Okay. Uh-oh, wait a minute. All right, here we go. Come on, man, what are you doing? All right, there it is.
But we'll go on.
Know what that means? Why don't you ask?
Hold on. So this is Cuba. So Cuba's doing so bad. We talked about it a little bit, but it's so bad that they're blackouts. They're blacking out. The power is getting cut off. So the power's going out over in Cuba. In the hospitals, so babies on respirators, the nurses have to run to the respirators with cell phones to try to power respirators with their cell phones. People, humans, the adults who are on respirators, they're dying. It's going crazy, and Trump is doing this on purpose. He's trying to squeeze them out, but so they'll have a regime. I keep calling them regime, but a government change over in Cuba. Regime is a bad word for government. So Trump is trying to squeeze them out. It's really Marco Rubio is trying to do this shit. So a flotilla went over there to take them some food and stuff like that. So this is kind of what happened.
Aid as the island grapples with a severe energy crisis. So I'm betting our sharp-eyed viewers noticed what's batshit about that headline. Large horchata sure did. The island grapples with a severe energy crisis is kind of like Iran grapples with a severe amount of explosions, or residents of Gaza grapple with a severe drop in life expectancy since October 2023. Yeah, this is where, I don't think the Ellisons should be going on a scorched earth rampage through the American media, but I really don't know how different it's going to be, honestly, when you look at how corporate media slants its headlines in that way. Oh, yeah, no, they're grappling with an energy crisis. That's what's going on. Some 650 delegates from 33 countries and 120 organizations began arriving in Cuba on Friday as part of a solidarity caravan transporting some 20 tons of humanitarian aid as the island grapples with a severe energy crisis. Members of Our America Convoy to Cuba arrived by air from Italy, France, Spain, the United States, and several Latin American countries, and more are scheduled to arrive by sea on Saturday in a flotilla of 3 vessels from Mexico, organizers reported. A group of activists arrived in Havana on Wednesday in advance and delivered donations to hospitals. Solar panels, food, and medicine to treat cancer are among the products donated to the island, which has been brought to a near standstill since...
Dude, this is evil. This is some evil shit, man. You're straight cutting off all their power. They have no gas, so they can't generate any power. People are straight dying. These are civilians dying. And he acts like it's the government that's doing it because they won't give up power. No, motherfucker, you are choking them. You are killing innocent people because you want to take over Cuba. He has some type of this Monroe doctrine that he calls the Don Roe doctrine, where you have to control all the countries in your region. So Marco Rubio, bitch ass from Cuba, who hates Cuba because he has his family had to flee Cuba. He wants to fucking, in his mind, change it for the people. I think he really wants to be president of Cuba. I think he wants to go back over there and actually be president of Cuba. But check this out.
Trump imposed an energy embargo in January. Oh, they got to it. What was that? The fifth, sixth paragraph that they certainly know, being in the news business, most people never get to.
Yeah, exactly.
Exacerbating a 5-year economic crisis as his administration pressures for a change in the political system. So here is Medea Benjamin and Code Pink departing for Cuba.
I mean, it's gotten so big that you made this like Gaza. Like this, they made this into a humanitarian crisis like Gaza. That's how bad this is. And Trump is, and like, dude, do you understand what's going on? I don't think he understands what's going on. Trump's so goddamn old, he just being told little bullet points of what he thinks is going on around the world. They're not telling him what's actually going on. I don't think he really understands. He don't really know. That motherfucker's so old, he don't know. He just wants to be told, all right, what's happening over here? All right, what's happening over there? All right, what's happening over here? All right, but he don't really know. And the people around him are lying. Like Jared Kushner, the reason they're in the war is because Jared Kushner was the one negotiating the Iran deal, the treaty, right? And Jared Kushner didn't come back and tell Trump that Iran agreed to 99% of the shit that he wanted. Jared Kushner told him that they didn't agree to do away with the nuclear power system because Trump thinks that nuclear power, just any nuclear power really, is a nuclear bomb. But he didn't come back and tell them that Jared Kushner didn't come back and tell Trump that they don't want a nuclear bomb. They only want nuclear power for their infrastructure. He didn't tell him that. So this is the bullshit that's going on right now. So Marco Rubio, and it's really Rubio doing this, and he's not telling Trump what's really going on over there. He's trying to tell Trump that we're saving Cuba. That's what he's telling Trump. We're saving Cuba. We're saving them. Like, nigga, no, you're not.
Cuba sí bloqueo no. Cuba sí bloqueo no. Cuba sí bloqueo no. Cuba sí bloqueo no.
All right, good job, guys.
He said mad dog from
You know what I noticed on that plane? Here, I'll make people happy. I noticed a lot of boomers on that plane. Good for you. Good for the boomers getting on
Yo, he said people who deserve hell: Trump, Rubio, the Bushes, Netanyahu, bitch, Mad Dog from Good Times. Hey, nigga, what you know about Mad Dog from Good Times? Nigga, Mad Dog from Good Times. The Gooch. Hey, nigga, what you remember about the Gooch? If you know about the Gooch, where's the Gooch from? Now, that's a, hey, I pulled that one out. Where's the Gooch? If you know who the Gooch is from, tell me, put it in the chat. Where is the Gooch from?
Yes, that's right.
You happy now?
Those are the good ones.
Weeks. Yeah, those are the good ones on there. Okay, so how about you leave us alone for a few weeks? How about that?
We're like boomer racists. Yeah, you know.
They got it. Damn it. Wait, who got it first? Somebody got you. Wait. No, US Blues got it first. US Blues got it first. Us Blues got it first. Straight up. Different strokes. The Gooch. that was what's his name? Arnold? That was his fucking that was his arch nemesis. That was his arch nemesis. He every time you said the Gooch's name, that nigga would jump the Gooch. Oh man, shout out to the Gooch.
The ones I'm talking about. I'm talking about the ones that cause the high property values and don't want to allow affordable housing in their neighborhoods. Those are the ones you got to watch out for. All right, so here's a convoy coming out of Mexico that they mentioned there. Should have arrived by now. Now I want you to take a look at this because The conversation, well, the way the algorithm on X is boosting the most regarded people in the universe in regards to their reaction to this. You know, the basic take is the Fox News classic. Oh, look at these privileged people, and what are they really doing for these people? So these people don't look all that privileged to me, and what they're bringing seems pretty invaluable. Hello, my sisters and my brothers. We are almost leaving here from Mexico to Cuba in the convoy to Western America in a flotilla. Here we have 14 tons of food. You know, that seems pretty valuable to people who are starving, right? 14. I bet if you were starving, you'd appreciate people bringing 14 tons of food. Medicines, 73 large solar panels. Well, yeah, you know, if anything, if Cuba survives this, it's probably going to wind up being the world's leading consumer of solar power, because you're really giving them the motive to accelerate that process, which they were already doing. And guess who was helping them do it? China. One country brings solar panels.
Yeah, China is going to help Cuba get off the chain. China is that country that's going to come and help you when America comes and tries to tell you, do what the hell I say, or I'm going to beat your ass. China comes and says, hey, yo, how can we work together? You need something? You need something? I need something. What can we do? What can we work out? That's China. That's the way you build relationships. And honestly, that's really the way Trump does shit. But he's gotten these bitch ass people, these Republicans and FAGA behind the scenes trying to tell him that he has the greatest military force of all time. So he should use them. He should use them to do what he needs to do and stop asking and stop getting permission. That's what's being told to him right now. So he come out and anyone who deals with a bully, Trump is a bully. Anybody who deals with a bully knows this. A bully's a bitch. A bully's a bitch. A bully doesn't want to deal with somebody who can fight back. And usually most bullies don't know how to fight. They're the ones who haven't really gotten into the shit. They're the ones who understand that they have some type of intimidation power over people. And let me use that in the wake of actually getting into the shit. Really doing something. And they'll live off of that for a while until they meet up with the crazy nigga. Like, what you say, bitch? Fuck you say? They don't want tell me. A bully does not want to hear what the fuck you say, nigga. Promise you, a bully does not want to hear what the fuck you say, nigga. That's the last thing they want to hear. Fuck you say, nigga. And that's Trump. That's what Iran said to Trump when he thought he was gonna be able to kill the Pope, the Islamic Pope, and then like, all right, we can deal now, guys. Fuck you say, nigga. That's what happened. Yo, Leah, appreciate you, girl. What up, Leah? On the Pisces side of the game. Leah on the Pisces side of the game. And Dwayne Hicks, appreciate you, bro. There's no Kings protest going on in Chicago today. Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. Let me give y'all the love. Appreciate y'all.
May the force be with you.
That puts us at 170 for the day. 175. My bad. 175 for the day. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. So let's get it going again. So yeah, Trump is the bully. Trump is a big bully. And I got off my tangent. So saying that, so somebody's come and convinced Trump to be a bigger bully than he really most probably would have been had he not had people pushing him. Trump is really a deal maker. He is a deal maker. He rather, yo, what you want? What you need? Blah, blah, blah. He really is a deal maker. But Khazaria, they're the bullies. They're truly the bullies of the world. They've convinced him to be a bully. So now we're in that stage, and bullies have to get smacked up. What's the brand Nubian song? Punks jump up to get beat down. Shout out to Brand New.
The other country brings death. I wonder why so many countries want to do business with China instead of us now. 73 large solar panels. We have 10 bicycles, 1 power generator, and a lot of solidarity. We have a few days of travel ahead of us, and well, we can't wait to be in Cuba. These things deserve to arrive. Solidarity cannot be blocked. We are together. A big hug, and let's change the world. So you see, they're not only good boomers, they're just good people. They're good people all over the world. Not as many.
So this is what's going on. You got to let the word out. This has to stay in the zeitgeist. I mean, they're 50 miles away. Cuba, 50 miles away. And they're starving the country. Starving little babies. Come on, man. That's bullcrap. So let's keep this going. Let everybody know. Maybe more of these flotillas are going over there to help, and other people can get on. So you have to just make it, make it go viral. Let people know that this is what's going on, and not only the war in Iran, but there's some stuff going on over here on this side of the world that we need to take care of. It says, did I see the we real press going to Germany? Oh, the Khazarian press going to Germany on plane after circling 4 hours. On a plane after circling 4 hours. I don't know. Like there's still some question to whether he's still alive. Is he actually alive? Now they've shown some video where he was out with people, but then some, the internet sleuths got on that and said, well, hold on, what's this glitch? This dude walking behind him, he kind of glitched and he faded in and faded out. Like if this was live, why do you have a dude walking behind him that glitched in and glitched out? That don't seem real. Is real or bitch real? that don't seem like that. What up? Appreciate you, Dex. You said run it up. Run up the score on these bitches. Appreciate you, brother. We had 185 for the day. 185. Thank you, guys. Oh, hold on. Darius Foster. Appreciate you, brother. We're at 195 for the day. Thank you, guys.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, guys, for the cash apps and the super chats. Appreciate y'all. We're at 195 for the day. Thank you, guys. So that's that, man. I had to make sure that we understood that Cuba needs some love right now. Let's put out some energy for Cuba. I'm Cuban, B. Anybody who's watched Half Baked, Cubans are special. if you watched Half Baked before, you know Cubans are special. Yes, Cuban B. he's like your little Cuban. He's like your Cuban friend here. I'm Cuban B. No, he said your little Mexican friend here. I'm Cuban B. Yes, Cuban B. So shout out to Cuban B. So moving along. While that's going on, the war is still going on with Iran. And or while the war is going on with Iran, now we got Trump trying to take out Cuba. Bitch real trying to take out Iran. But also while bitch real is trying to take out Iran, no one is talking about Lebanon. They're trying to take out Lebanon right now. They have killed over 1,000 people. Bitch real is fighting a war on so many fronts. First of all, they said that their military is collapsing from fighting. They're on so many war fronts that they're collapsing. They're just constantly in war. When they signed up for this shit, they never thought they'd just constantly be in war 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then yeah, bitch will start another war because he can't stop war, because if he does, they're going to prosecute him. This nigga is up for 15 years. He's up for 15 years in prison. So this nigga's not going to stop. He ain't going to jail. So apparently the IDF is just caving in on themselves. They suicides and all kind of shit. But they're doing that because this dumbass nigga is trying to take over Lebanon. In fact, they've just announced they've annexed southern Lebanon. This greater Israel project that they have to expand and become an empire is actually going to destroy them. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. They've been doing so much fuckery, and people are like, how can they just get away with this bullshit constantly? And then they played their hand. You overplayed your hand, I should say. This is the straw that broke the Khazarians' back. The Khazarian camel's back. And they can't stop it. It was written in the universe. It was so much energy built up against them that it only needed that little feather to float down and land on the scale. That shit just, soon as the motherfucking feather landed, the whole scale come a crashing. That's what's happening to them. That's what's happening to them. They got bombed. They got bombed in the place where they hold nuclear weapons, allegedly. Nobody was supposed to know that. They were where that was. And Iran was like, yeah, bitch, we're not scared of your nuclear weapons. We can hit you before you launch them. So now what? Because that was supposedly the terrifying thing. Will Israel launch nuclear weapons if their backs are to the wall? And Iran said, nigga, back to the wall, back through the wall, bitch. we know where the damn nuclear site is, and we can hit your nuclear site before you get a missile off, motherfucker. Now what? You better be glad we didn't destroy it. We just letting you know. Right now, we know where it is. We didn't destroy it, because if they destroy it, that means they would leak. That would be really bad. But Iran can destroy their whole nuclear site, their nuclear weapon site. But that would be bad because it would leak nuclear radiation. It would leak radiation within that hemisphere. And that would be bad for Iran. So that's why Iran won't destroy the nuclear site. But Iran is like, bitch, we can destroy that bitch. They done hit it 3 times already. Just the city around it, the nuclear site. Just to let them know, we can touch your ass, bitch. Reach out and touch someone. That old ass commercial. Remember that shit? That reach out commercial. Who was that? Was that AT&T? Was that the AT&T commercial? That reach out and touch someone commercial? That's Iran. But New Khazaria has killed over 1,000 people in Lebanon since they started the war in Iran. So they're just killing thousands of people a week. They've killed thousands in Iran already. They're launching missiles over at Hezbollah. Now they're fighting Lebanon. And they killed all the people in Lebanon. These motherfuckers are just, I mean, what evil is supposed to be. Evil really only, again, we broken down the word evil. Evil only means uppity, means to be bougie. That's the true meaning of the word evil. However, what evil is meant to be, that's them. What evil is supposed to be, the connotation of the word evil, that's them. They are truly that. So we got to give some shout out to Lebanon, because Lebanon is fighting back. That's where Hezbollah is fighting from. They're fighting from Lebanon. So shout out to Hezbollah. They're trying to hold on to their shit over there. Iran is trying to take over. I mean, Bitchreal is trying to take over everything. And the deck is stacked against them. So moving along. Damn, did I show that story? Hold on, I gotta find this story. So while that's going on, I gotta see if I find it. A new story came out that the Khazarians, they tortured a man's baby to get him to confess about something that he didn't do. Hold on. I gotta find this one. Hold up. Damn it. Hold on. Oh, is this it? Hold on, wait a minute. Did I get it? Yep. All right, here we go. So check this out. This is how evil these cats are, man. I mean, the believed word, the word we believe evil to be. That's them. Not the true word, the new word evil. This is what these are. These cats, they burnt an 18-month-old baby. They burnt them with cigarettes. Yo, check this out. Look at that. Look. They held the parent and he wouldn't confess to anything, so they burnt him with cigarettes. Yo, how evil you got to be to torture a baby with cigarettes? Man, come on, man. Universe, you got to take these niggas out. Universe, where you at, man? Universe, you got to take these bitch ass niggas out. It's about time. This cannot be allowed to go on. Come on, man. Jeez.
يقول امي مبدا الجواد راح اشتري من الدكان قالت له كويس يا والله بتغير جو يبدو انه راسه لف بدل هو طالع بدل ما هو لف غرب راح شرق خط اصفر ورانا قريب اتصل عليه الناس ويقول الحق اسامه ابنك.
So they don't have the subtitles here, but that's the baby. I just needed to show you the baby. So that's the baby. So this is my man. They held on to the baby and burnt the baby until he confessed about something. Yo. And they make you think that the tiny mustache nigga is the worst person ever. We wasn't alive to see that. That could have been all propaganda. We are alive to see this though. This is IRL in real life. Live stream. We can see it all. Ain't no hiding. Goddamn, this is insane, man. So their power is waning though. This is why they're flailing. They're the dying animal trying to grasp on to anything. The drowning animal just trying to grasp. Can I grab something before I go down? That's them though. They're on their way down fast because they won't stop. Their hubris is their downfall. They truly have come to believe that they're God's chosen people and that the world is meant for them to control. This is the plan they're implementing right now. The Khazarians were meant to control the world at the end of times. At the end of times, Messiah will come back and give control of the world to the Jews. That's in their doctrine. So I say fuck that. I say fuck that, bitch. So moving along, a CIA agent says the document pertaining to the JFK killing. Damn it. Did I not put that out? Hold on. So a CIA agent said a document that's pertaining to the JFK killing would never come out because it implicates Khazaria. Damn it. Let me see if I can find. All right, let's see if I can find that one. So many videos. All right. So he said he's been going around. This CIA agent has been going around a minute though. And he's been saying some stuff. He's been saying some stuff. Now, there's a couple of CIA agents that's been going around. I don't know which one is real and which one isn't real. But hold on. So there's a CIA agent that goes around. He's a young guy with curly hair. He's a young guy with curly hair. He goes around and he talks about the CIA. He's supposedly out of the CIA. Then there's another older guy who talks about the CIA, and he seems like he's the more true guy as far as the CIA. But because he doesn't hold anything back. The guy with the curly hair, I can't remember his name. The guy with the curly hair, he holds things back. Like, yo, I can't say that. I can't say this. I can't say that. But this other guy doesn't. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. All right, hold on. Because we know. God dang it. All right. I know it was on Jimmy Dore. Hold on. Oh, and this is where they had to torture the kid too. This is also where they had to torture the kid.
If you thought that the Israelis army couldn't be worse, well, here we just did it. They were torturing a 1-year-old child. They tortured a 1-year-old child. Israeli soldiers tortured a 1-year-old child in Gaza, including burning his leg with a cigarette and inserting a nail into his leg. That was according to a report to pressure his father to make confessions. Here it is. Israeli soldiers reportedly torture 1-year-old child in Gaza to force confessions from his father. Palestine TV reported, citing Palestinian journalist Osama El-Kahout. It aired footage showing injuries to the child, identified as Karim, after he was detained by Israeli forces near the El Maghazi refugee camp in central Gaza. Witnesses say the child's father, Osama Abu Nassar, was traumatized after the death of a horse he used for income. While taking his child to buy supplies, he was caught up in gunfire near his home and was forced by Israeli soldiers to leave his 18-month-old son on the ground and approach a nearby military checkpoint, where he was stripped and interrogated. The forces tortured the child in front of his father, including burning one of his legs with cigarettes, pricking him, and inserting a nail into his leg, as confirmed by a medical report. The report said the child suffered burn marks from cigarettes and puncture wounds in his leg caused by the nail. The child was released about 10 hours later and handed over to his family through the International Committee of the Red Cross in El Maghazi, while the father remains in Israeli detention. The family has appealed to international organizations to intervene to secure the father's release so he can continue receiving medical treatment. So somebody asked Grok if this was, somebody says, hey, Grok, are there independent verified reports of this incident outside of?
So that's the reason. Now, this was some days ago. I don't know if that report we just saw was newer and that was the father. But so this report was a few days ago. Oh, no, this is an hour. This report is a few days ago. This is Jimmy Dore. He did this live stream within the week, and this is a retelling of that story from the week. But hold on. So now you see, stuck a nail in the kid's leg and burnt the kid. Stripped the dad down. First of all, there's gunfire going on. He has to leave the kid on the ground during gunfire. Bullets whizzing overhead. He has to crawl to the checkpoint and then say, yo, I'm just trying to get my horse. My horse just died. They don't believe him, strip search him, and then take him into custody. Boy, hold on. Hold on. So we know. Hold on. Damn it. Damn it. I can't find the video. Damn it. I can't find the video. So, but within the story, the CIA agent said there was a whole bunch of documents. Damn it, I can't find that video. Hold on, let me look for one. Nope, I can't say it. I don't see it. So within the story, the guy says that the documents that were released in the RFK release, there were hidden documents. There were documents that weren't in there that he knew about that weren't released. And those documents weren't released because they specifically implicated Khazaria. Got to say Khazaria. Allegedly. I got to say that allegedly. They specifically implicated Khazaria allegedly in the JFK taken out. So this is the CIA agent said this specifically. Now we kind of knew something. We kind of had this on the background. We kind of knew unofficially. We assumed, or we had the theory. But this is the CIA agent. He came out and said, "Nah, that's some real shit." He said, "Nah, that's what's going down. That's what happened." So Khazaria again controlling the government. Who knows when this will be over? I think it'll be over when American bodies start coming back from the troops on the ground, from the boots on the ground. Because Hold on. Because Trump said there was no hold on. Trump said there was no, check this out. Remember he said no boots on the ground, but look at this. So Trump is sending allegedly, we don't know. He's saying that he's not, but check this out. Oh no, not this.
Ready? So we want to follow up on the last weekend and where we're headed. And what I want to say is,
not this. Hold on. Where is it? Here it is. Watch this.
Look at this shit, y'all. We ain't going to war. We ain't going to war.
Y'all see that? Let me play that again. That's this dude walking home, walking over the river, and that's him, and that's them, but they don't show you. Watch this again.
Look at this shit, y'all. We ain't going to war.
Look at that. That's what's floating out right now. So apparently, close to 5,000 troops have made it over to Iran. You got the 82nd Airborne. They're supposed to float in. They go in and they drop in, and they do quick ops, quick engagement. They're not really meant for the 82nd Airborne. They're not really meant for long-term engagement. You drop them in from the air. They go in, they take out who they're supposed to take out, blow up what they're supposed to blow up, and get the fuck out. So they're supposed to go over and do that. This is all about that island, the island where they offload the oil. But Iran is waiting for them to get to the island because it's flat ground. It's completely flat ground, and they can do nothing but drop drones all over the island the whole damn time and kill everybody on the island. They'll blow up their oil because they can rebuild that. They'll blow it up and before they'll let America have it because they can always rebuild it. But when somebody else takes it over, you can't get it back. So instead of letting America have the goddamn oil on that island, they'll blow up the whole fucking island with Americans on it. That's why you see the thumbnail that you came in today. And this is what's going out that they not showing you. Look at this platform. Look at that.
Look at this shit, y'all. We ain't going to war.
Look at that.
We ain't going to war.
Oops.
Gen Alpha still can't read. It's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's not just Gen Alpha can't read, it's that Gen Alpha has the brain power of a South American.
So when you're not going to war, how do you ship? How do you ship?
Going to war.
How do you ship all of that if there's no boots on the ground? You're only supposed to be bombing. Remember, there's only supposed to be air campaigns. Only air campaigns. Yeah, that's full of shit. So Trump is with the bullshit. He's about to send all these people over to get taken out. Excuse me. So moving along. Trump sends ICE. Remember everybody was tripping about ICE? So Trump found out how to get some good publicity for ICE. So the Democrats or the Femocrats, they shut down the government again. It's been shut down for 40-something days. And TSA wasn't getting paid. So, or TSA was, they're not getting paid, but a lot of them quit. And so that's contributing to the long waits. Like some people had to wait like 5 or 6 hours for a plane and didn't even catch their plane. So Trump sent ICE to the airports. Trump was like, yo, how about I send ICE to the airport? How about that? Yo, hold on. Now, again, where'd it go? Come on, bro. Hold on. My videos, my videos is all messed up today. I don't know what the hell's going on. Hold on. My videos are messed up today. God damn, man. Sorry, guys. Had all these videos in here, and now they got messed up for some damn reason. Hold on. Where's my damn videos, man? God damn. I can't find my video. God damn. This is some bullshit. All right, so I'm gonna have to re-pull it up. YouTube be taking my videos out. All right. Oops. So check this out. This is ICE at the airports.
What is ICE actually doing? What is ICE actually doing at U.S. airports right now? It's not really clear. Here's what we know they can do. According to a senior ICE official, agents could be helping out with tasks like checking IDs and doing crowd control, but they are not trained for stuff like running X-ray machines. So the idea here being potentially you have ICE agents taking care of simpler tasks so that TSA officers who are short-staffed right now can focus on the more specialized work like running X-ray machines. But we have not seen ICE agents doing much of anything other than walking around the terminal. In fact, at one point, I saw ICE personnel helping a woman into a wheelchair when she got out of a car to get to the airport. So we're not seeing them doing anything at the screening checkpoints themselves, best we can tell. And of course, we're not on the other.
That's because they haven't been trained on that stuff yet. So they're still being trained on it. As long as as long as TSA is out, they have to go through some type of training period. So this is their training period. Whoever is going to be helping with the screening, a lot of them are going through training periods. So this is the news trying to make it seem like Trump, whatever Trump did is bullshit, right? Why did he send ICE? He's just messing up more. He's making it worse. This is what they're trying to act like. Trump is making it worse by sending ICE to the place, but not understanding, ICE is there right now to help with the smaller stuff at first until they're trained on how to help TSA be more efficient. But they don't say that. You just can't show up to a goddamn job the first day and think you're just gonna fall in and start working just like the people who've been working there for years. That's not gonna happen. You got to be trained. But this dude knows that, and so he's being disingenuous by acting like, what are they doing? They're like, we haven't seen them do much of anything. Well, they're doing whatever they're told to do by TSA. It's TSA who's giving them the orders, not ICE. TSA is telling them what to do. So if TSA needs them to do something, TSA will tell them what to do. So obviously right now, TSA can't have them do anything because they're not learned. They're not trained yet. So this dipshit though, but the places where TSA they were really helping out, they cut the line from 5 hours to 45 minutes. They didn't show you that shit. You didn't see none of that. They cut the line from 5 hours to 45 minutes. Let me see if they have another one.
Look, last one, you make it good.
No.
What is ICE actually doing at U.S. airports right now? It's not really clear. Here's what we know they can do. According to
man. Shit.
Hours-long wait times at airports across the country tonight.
It was 4 hours to get to the plane.
Lines stretching all the way to the parking garage in New Orleans. A similar scene in New York City and Philadelphia. It's why President Trump says that on Monday, ICE agents will be going to airports to help TSA workers who've gone without full paychecks since February. White House Borders Czar Tom Homan today admitting they don't have a plan yet.
I'm currently working on the plan now of execution. We'll execute tomorrow.
NBC News has learned more than 400 TSA officers have quit since the shutdown began. Thousands more are calling out, many falling behind on their bills. For 37 days...
Now this is messed up. Over 400 workers quit. Most people behind on their bills. And this is because the reason this is happening is because the Democrats want Trump to defund ICE. ICE is already funded till next year, to the end of next year. They're already funded. So they're going to torture federal agents or federal workers in order to make Trump go back on some shit they already signed off on. They already signed off on it. So now they pissed because they signed off on it. They want to go back and redo it. They want a mulligan, a gimme back. But Trump is like, nah, bitch. Nah, bitch, you ain't getting that back. All right, we are not defunding ICE. Y'all let 25 million people in here when Biden was in office. Fuck that. So this is what's going on right here.
Democrats have blocked funding to the Department of Homeland Security because of the administration's immigration crackdown. It isn't yet clear what travelers will see tomorrow. According to Homan, who is deploying ICE to the busiest airports, agents would take on TSA responsibilities that don't require specialized training. So you may not see them in the screening lines.
I think it's going to make it even more nerve-wracking for people.
You think they'll be afraid to fly?
I will be.
And as Democrats push Homan for changes to ICE operations in exchange for reopening DHS, there is growing concern from both parties that Trump's new idea will do more harm than good.
It's not a fix that was going to hurt us here.
It's unfortunate that Republicans have decided that they would rather force TSA agents to work without pay and create chaos at airports.
Republicans are forcing TSA agents, not you. You're the one who shut down the government. Y'all the ones who won't sign on to come back because Trump won't defund TSA. TSA is already funded. Motherfucker, it's already funded. You signed it off. It's over. It's signed. Law. You signed it.
Throughout the land rather than get ICE agents under control. Our basic premise.
Julie is joining us now from Fort Lauderdale Airport, where we see some of the lines behind you, Julie. And people may be wondering why Congress doesn't seem to have a lot of urgency around trying to end this Homeland Security shutdown.
Yeah, absolutely, Hallie. Look, I fly into this airport often to visit family. I don't remember seeing it like this. Now, I'm told Democrats in the White House are moving in the right direction in terms of negotiations. But one senator telling me, Hallie, why should they get to fly home when Americans are dealing with lines like these? Hallie?
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC.
You said TSA training ain't that specialized. But I'm saying you can't learn the shit in the first day, in the first couple of hours. They had to be at least need a day to 2 days to learn how to work the machines or whatever the hell they need to work. So NBC or whatever these motherfuckers, they were acting like they're supposed to be just masters of it in the first 2 hours. So again, that's false reporting, which is bullshit. Bullshit reporting. They wanted to, yep, they want a do-over. The Democrats want a do-over because they messed up the first time. Like, can we get a mulligan? Can we get a please? Can we do it over? Trump was like, hell no, bitch. Finders keepers, bitch. So what Trump did, though, in a chess move. Now, first of all, let me state that the fact that TSA agents had to quit and they're struggling on their bills is insane. So check this out. We gotta show you, because this is bad. Man, damn it. Hold on. All right, here we go.
If anybody goes to Disney World with their family for spring break, or goes to a beach somewhere, or anywhere on vacation, and you see one of the 535 members of Congress, take a picture and send it to us at TMZ. We will post that picture on our website, on our social media, and we will put it on our television shows. We want to show what they are doing at your expense.
Aegis and enraging really is about to happen in Washington, D.C., and that is Congress going on vacation for 2 weeks.
They're going on vacation for 2 weeks while TSA is shut down. They broke. They can't pay their bills. People thinking about suicide. And Congress is about to take a 2-week vacation while they get paid. TSA not getting paid.
for spring break. And yet they have not figured out a way to pay TSA officers, to fund TSA.
So really quick, sorry, hold on. Let me give some love. We got some love in here. I didn't see it over here. My bad. Hey, Brother Enoch, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app.
May the force be with you.
Right there. And then Cham Village, appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat.
May the force be with you.
At 220 for the day. 220 for the donation goal for the day. Thank you, guys. He says, Kev, if you're trying to give notice to Meta for something Insta did that caused emotional distress, should it be sent as a notice or an affidavit like the one in status class? This is pre-lawsuit. If you're trying to give notice to Meta, well, no, yeah, you send them. You can send them what a normal company would call it cease and desist or something like that. But yeah, you can write them a notice to whatever you want. Now you make sure you hit the proper department. You make sure you have to send it to the correct department. I don't know who that would be at Meta, but yeah, you can start off with a notice to let them know, and make sure though, if you know, what I would do if you notice them, make sure you do it certified mail so that there's a record of you sending them or whatever way that you're able to make sure there's a record of you sending them that letter. Make sure you do that. Usually it's done by registered mail, but if you're not going to do registered mail, then find out some other type of way to make sure you send it, because you got to have record. Now you got to start building up records that you noticed them, that you have correspondence, that this person didn't respond to this, that they're not doing this, boom, boom, boom. This is where you start building up your record. So yeah, you can message them. This is before you do lawyers and all that type of stuff. You can take it upon your own hands and do it for sure. All right, so check it out.
Say so that to relieve obviously the long lines around the country at airports, but more importantly, to pay the people who are actually working to keep us safe for weeks and weeks and weeks. 41 days now. As a collective, as a body.
Going on vacation. Like this is Beverly Hills Cop. I'm on vacation. No. You have a duty to get your ass back over there and make sure these TSA workers can pay their damn rent, can eat. And you know the messed up part about all of this is these bitch asses spent $93 billion in 1 month for steak and lobster. Remember that? I just did that story last week. 93 billion with a B, $1 billion on steak and lobster. Yo, Elevette Gibson, thank you. Yo, whoa. Thank you. Appreciate you. Give me hold on. Let me give you some love. Oops. We're at 2:30 for the day. Hold on. Oops. Where's my media? There we go.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, Elevette Gibson. Appreciate you, girl. So 93 billion. $93 billion in 1 month for steak and lobster. Now, you know what the crazy part is? Guess how much it costs to fund TSA for a whole year? Just 1 year, TSA. Now again, $93 billion in the month of September 2025 for steak and lobster for the military. TSA going 2 damn months without a check. It only costs $8 billion to fund TSA for a year. $8 billion to fund all of TSA. That's every goddamn thing in TSA for 1 year. That's crazy. They could fund for what they spent in a month on steak and lobster. They could have funded TSA for 10 years. Now you trying to tell me this ain't bullshit? You're not at the end of an empire? This is crazy. This is absolute Fuck shit, man. This is fuckery. So why have these two dudes become to look like zombies? Yeah, I know, right? They do look like zombies, don't they? I was thinking that earlier when I was looking. I was like, God damn, these niggas got old as shit. I was thinking of that shit too. The Congress could care less about TSA, sadly. Yep. It only requires a high school diploma. Yep. 93 billion. Yep. Leviathan lobster. Crazy.
Congress has proven utterly incompetent to do their jobs. Incompetent, that they can't reach some agreement, some compromise to pay these people who are losing their houses, losing their cars, losing their livelihood over, becoming sacrificial lambs so people can have a political gain.
So we wanted to show you, we want to actually highlight how this is impacting people, the TSA officers who are trying to figure out how to keep their lives going without getting paid for now 41 days. And so we're going to be joined by...
He can't. Elon did want to pay TSA, but private people can't pay the government. It has to go through the government bullshit, right? It has to be all public and everything and go through sanctioned by the government, by Congress. All funding has to go through Congress. So Elon can't do it. He was going to do it. Yeah. He was going to do it. He was going to pay all of them. So he didn't do it. But Trump, in another move, in another jujitsu move, this nigga funded TSA by executive order. So shout out to him. That's a good thing. Trump came and said, all right, if y'all gonna try to go for 2 weeks, y'all gonna go home for 2 weeks. So he knew that this was gonna try to look bad, or they were gonna try to make it look bad for him by going home for 2 weeks, because everybody hates Trump right now because of the war, because of Iran, the war, right? And all the rest of this shit. So Trump is in the shitter right now. And because of ICE. So what he did was flip the script. He made ICE go and make people's lives better, which that flips the narrative on ICE that they're NZs and terrorists and all this and that. When you helping somebody get to their destination free, free and clear and easy, that kind of changed the narrative on you, don't it? So then also, he flipped the script with, all right, y'all not gonna pay? I'll just pay them. I'll do an executive order, some shit that you won't do, and pay them. Now, how much love is that going to get me now? Because they were going to just try to make it go home in 2 weeks and see the hate build up on Trump for 2 weeks. They were going to watch people be tortured for 2 weeks. TSA agents go hungry, more hungry, even more hungry these next 2 weeks. No rent, possibly getting kicked out of their buildings, their houses. Also, they can torture Trump. All of these motherfuckers are evil, man. This is why this whole government got to go, man. This whole government got to be revamped. It has to be changed. It cannot exist the way it is today, the way it's standing. It cannot. It's going to be changed, and the universe is changing it. And the universe is changing it on its own.
A woman named Rebecca Wolf in just a moment. This is a little bit of what she is going through, and then we're going to talk to her a little bit more. She posted this. It's very clear she and all TSA officers are struggling.
It's the emotional and the mental breakdown that this shutdown causes. I watched an interview, and when I heard an officer say, we're expected to come to work and smile in the faces of these passengers, while the whole time in my mind, I'm thinking about ways to off myself. Why is that not a discussion? Why is that not being focused on?
Oh, it does need to be focused on for Rebecca and for all these officers who are struggling so much.
Yo, that's messed up. And again, $93 billion in September on fucking steak and lobster that would have funded TSA for 10 years. What they spent in 1 month would have funded TSA for 10 goddamn years. And they don't feel anything about that shit. They feel nothing. Nothing. As long as they keep blaming it on each other, they ain't like, oh, we don't got to feel anything as long as we blame it on him. It's his fault. 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 Fuck both of y'all. Straight up. Fuck Both of y'all. The Femocrats, the Fagocrats, the Gayocrats, and Faga. All of them bitches. The Republicans, all the names. Both of them are pieces of shit. Yo, Dexter, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the super chat. Says if this was the movie Die Hard, the airport terrorist would be a former. The airport terrorist would be a former TSA agent. That's hilarious.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, brother. We're at 235 for today. 235 on the donation. Thank you, guys. He said, bro, I'm done with bro KB. What you mean? He done with me for what? What I do? I ain't do nothing. He said, appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Champ Village. I sent it certified to the registered agent of both companies. There you go. Also, should the affidavit be done with none? Look here, I'm trying to get free. Look here, man. You ain't about to get $5 advice off of legal advice. I'm not doing that. You want to hit me up the way people hit me up. Appreciate you for the super chat, though. I ain't about to sit there and give you legal advice during my live stream. Stop it, bro. That's not happening. So, moving along. See, niggas. God damn. That's what we talking about. Motherfucking niggas. So black people, now that ICE came out, there was some brothers tripping about ICE when the mask finally came off. There were some people who was tripping about ICE being melanated people, brothers and sisters. They was kind of upset when they found out that ICE was hold on, damn it. Hold on. God damn. Hold on. Where is it? I'm stupid. What I say? I don't know what I said, Mel. I say a whole lot of crazy shit. I don't remember what I said. Hold on. There it is. So check this out. Melanated people are pissed about ICE. Here we go.
Live Club in Atlanta, Fight Plus News. I'm reporting live Club in Atlanta.
Hold on.
Fight Plus News. I'm Hannah. As mentioned at the top of the week, Donald Trump will deploy ICE agents to different airports across the country to help with a shortage of TSA workers related to a partial government shutdown. Now, unlike previous images of ICE agents who were mainly masked, Trump would request that all ICE agents in airports to not wear their masks as they help U.S. citizens.
So he didn't want them to look intimidating, right? So now he's messing them up, though, because now people can go to the airports and they can get these ICE agents on camera, and now they can dox them. So this is messed up what Trump is doing, because he makes them do all this crazy, militaristic shit, trying to snatch up illegal immigrants. But then you want them to turn nice and then take off their mask, but people are still pissed about the other shit the crazy shit you just had them do. Like, they still pissed about that. So not just because I take my mask off, nigga, don't mean all of a sudden we good. So now you have the people who hate ICE at the protesting, first off, at the airports, and they're taking pictures they're taking pictures and putting ICE in the database so they can follow them around when they try to do shit. So melanated brothers and sisters are pissed, first off, that there are melanated people who are ICE agents, and then the ICE agents, the melanated ICE agents, are pissed like, God damn, man, I didn't want nobody to know. God damn it, Trump. I didn't want nobody to know I was in here, nigga. Mama, this ain't me, mama. Mama, hey, this ain't me, mama. He shouldn't be pissed, though.
Trump will go on to say on his social site Truth Social, I'm a big proponent of ICE wearing masks as they search for and are forced to deal with hardened criminals. I would greatly appreciate, however, no mask when helping our country out the Democrat cause mess at the airports, etc. Thank you. Now, what may have also been a way to manage the perception of ICE by U.S. citizens has definitely put some ICE agents in uncomfortable positions, as the role has become heavily criticized for being Trump's personal task force. On the first day of their airport takeover, footage of ICE agents running from cameras in the airport would immediately begin circulating online.
Look at it, they're running.
Now, what is drawing a lot of conversation is surprisingly the number of Black ICE agents who were now being seen due to this airport initiative. And this has caused a series of mixed reactions from users online. For some Black users, a Black ICE agent is simply a traitor.
Bruh, am I the only one who thinks that if you are a Black ICE agent, that Tourette's guy should be allowed to call you a nigga?
This is what we mean when we say all skin folk.
Now, this is stupid. Melanated people being pissed at ICE is dumb. ICE ain't coming after you. This is what they think, though. The Democrats have gotten melanated people, dumbass melanated people, to think that ICE is coming after them. Nigga, you are an American citizen, idiot. ICE can't touch you. But they have made these dumbass niggas believe that ICE can take them up, can snatch them up and throw them in jail and shit. The worst ICE can do is detain you if you sound Haitian. Some shit like that. That's the worst maybe ICE can do, is maybe detain you if you sound Haitian or some shit. But ICE is not taking niggas to jail. American niggas anyway. But again, everything is run by fear.
Okay, kinfolk. Because y'all, ICE agents don't have their mask on in the airports today. And the amount of Black and brown ICE agents I've seen, Lord. Exhibit B. Exhibit C right here. Like, I know things are rough, but out of all of the government jobs that y'all could get, as people of color, y'all couldn't pick something else.
Trump put ICE exactly where he wanted to put them. Think about it. You ain't got money to pay TSA, but you got money to pay ICE.
Now, over on Threads and X, the conversation will...
Yeah, dumbass. So if you learned about the government and the way the government worked, you would know. This is what I'm saying, man. Melanated people, your stock is dead. It's dying. Unless you educate yourself on the system in which you rely on for your life, unless you learn about this system and stop being apathetic to a system that you rely on for your life, you are dead. This dumbass motherfucker, you got money for TSA, but you got money for ICE, but not for TSA? Yeah, because it's called legislation. It's called government. ICE was paid for in the last bill. Get your head out your dumb ass, man. All these dumbass niggas is pissing me off, man. Stop being dumb. Y'all gotta stop this shit, man. This ignorance. Ignorance is a choice. Ignorance is a choice. In order for you to be ignorant, you have to know something is there to ignore it first. You have to choose to ignore it. So all of you people who are ignorant to the government, it's a choice. You choose to ignore government. So don't be crying when they smash on your ass. You can't be crying about that shit. When everything that you need to know about government is out here for you to learn. But when you don't learn it and the government smash on you, then you ass over and start smashing, then you want to cry about it. Fuck out of here. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit.
Continue. Seeing Black ICE agents doesn't sit right with my spirit. While another would end up singling out a Black woman who was also an agent, they were going to write Black woman ICE agent.
Brandon Terry, thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man, for the cash app.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, brother. We're at 150. I mean, excuse me, 250 for today. 250.
This is what betrayal looks like to me. Now, as mentioned, the reactions were mixed, as some would even defend the Black ICE agents for doing what they have to do to provide for themselves and family. One user on Instagram would directly defend the Black ICE agent woman for making the decision to join ICE. He would want to say, imagine the strength it takes to wake up and do what you have to do, knowing you'll be ridiculed by a so-called culture that ain't paying your bills. Hashtag ICE, hashtag America.
And they're doing something that's good for the melanated community. Who the hell community do you think they affect when they come over here? This is why they don't. This is the reason that the Democrats cape for illegal immigrants so that damn bad, because they don't give a shit about you niggas. You were the class that they stuck on to, that they attached to, that they got to believe that they were there to help you. But you're on the downswing. You seen these dumbass niggas out here doing teenage takeovers and all this stupid shit? Got dumbass niggas talking crazy in Congress. Niggas are on the downswing. So they say, you know what? These illegal immigrants, they're on the upswing. We need to get behind them. They're going to be the new pertinent class of America, the new strengthened class of America. So we're going to get behind them because niggas are on the downswing and they don't care. Like, nigga, your stock is tumbling and you don't care. So the illegal immigrants, they understand the opportunity. They won't waste it. The politicians, the Democrats, the Femocrats know that. So they say if we give them opportunities, they won't waste the opportunity like these dumbass niggas. You have no worth. You have no value. You don't know anything. You don't get involved in anything. You don't vote for shit. You don't do shit. You don't build anything. You have no value. Immigrants, they come over here, they do all of that. They sit down, they learn the system, they get involved, they get active, they build shit of worth. So they say, you know what, nigga? I'm about to fuck with these niggas over here. What are you? You a Mexican nigga? Yeah, I'm about to fuck with these Venezuelan nigga? Venezuelan niggas. El Salvador? Okay, El Salvadorian niggas. I'm about to fuck with them niggas. Where you from, my nigga? Congo? My Congoan niggas. Them real niggas. They will fuck with all the niggas who are not you, who understand the opportunity that they have in America and will not waste it. Democrats think you are shit. This is why they cape for them so much, because the community that these people will affect, the Democrats don't have to see that. Those are middle to upper class Democrats, Democrats. They don't live in them communities. Their jobs ain't affected. Their housing is not affected by this shit. So the fact that melanated people are tripping about black people being ICE agents, you are dumb. You should be a goddamn ICE agent. At this point, it's your goddamn fucking community that's being helped. What the fuck are you doing? Not to mention, ICE was fucking offering $50,000 signing bonus and $120,000 a year. Who the fuck wouldn't take that if you broke as hell? $50,000 signing bonus, $120,000 a year. But you get $50,000 when you sign your name. That's not of your 120. That's on top of the 120 that you would get. So for the first year, you get 170. Who the hell ain't taking $170,000 for their first year of work? You insane. You think these niggas ain't gonna take that? You lost your crack ass mind.
Now that comment would spark support as well as more angry black users. On threads, one woman would write, "Y'all acting shocked that there are black ICE agents, as if for decades black people ain't been propping up white supremacy and state violence by joining the police. Black people becoming ICE agents is the same as black people becoming cops, is the same as black people joining the military, is the same as black people becoming correction officers. All of these systems uphold white supremacy and promote state and some."
No, they don't. Obama even wrote a whole report on how illegal immigration affects the black community the most. Barack Obama did. Nobody saw that shit. I got the report. It's in my damn file shit. It's in the computer somewhere in here. So the fact that it upholds white supremacy. No, it doesn't. Illegal immigration upholds white supremacy. Why? Because they keep the wages down of the people they're supposed to pay. They're supposed to pay you high wages, middle class living wages, but they can get by that if they hire illegal immigrants, because illegal immigrants come over here, they work for nothing. So you'll never make a goddamn living wage, a living class wage, a middle class to upper class wage. The fuck are they talking about? That upholds white supremacy. That upholds the people who are given the jobs. They make more money by paying less. That's what upholds white supremacy. Is the corporations who benefit from illegal immigration. Most niggas don't own corporations. So this is dumb shit that they're talking about.
Sometimes global violence, and there are black people complicit in all of them. Frequent guests of the network, Trip Fontaine, would also sound off about people.
Yo, Conceptual Elixirs. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Got us to 270. Hold on, brother. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
May the force be with you.
Got us up to 270. Oops. All right, here we go.
People defending black ICE agents. Y'all on here defending an ICE agent because she black? Y'all done lost y'all minds. I don't care what her situation was or is. She's only doing slave catching work to support her family. Y'all sound dumb and got us looking even dumber. You and that slave catcher are the reason Big Tubman was strapped. Now, in regards to seeing black ICE agents, some, like political commentator Reese Colbert, would suggest that the White House is purposely showing more black ICE agents than normal. I do think that there is a deliberate effort to try to make black agents, and black women in particular, the face of this takeover at these airports. While another CEO of the political firm Blueprint Strategy LLC, Antoine Seawright, would tell the Griot that he believes that the black ICE agents are being forced to be there. I think they want to make folks comfortable while being uncomfortable. And it's easy to put a black face out there, the mask and agenda that will essentially harm those same communities that the faces represent. So let's talk about them on the comments below. Do you think black ICE agents are sellouts, or are they justified for trying to provide for themselves as some agents?
170. You tell me what other job you're gonna go to where you're gonna get $170,000 your first year. I'll wait. Not even as a doctor. You're gonna get $170,000 your first goddamn year of being a doctor. Right now, niggas, ICE is the hottest thing going. 170 your first year. They got $75 billion or some crazy shit per year. Each year they get. They're getting crazy money. It's like $50 to $60 billion a year, something like that. They got for ICE. For 3 years, they funded it. So ICE is fully funded for the next 3 years. So anybody want to be an ICE agent, you get 170 off the top, off rip. Straight up. Just saying. But you got to go work for the Fed. You got to go work for the evil corporation, though. That's the caveat. Yeah. You got to go work for the devil. You got to make, hey, that's your choice. You have to make the choice. So moving along. Trump is implementing a curfew. I mean, not curfew, but a draft. Trump is implementing the draft. So he's bringing the draft back 18 to 39, but then voluntary enlistment, he just ramped up to 42. But when they heard about this draft, oh my God, these goddamn Generation X Alpha generation. Yo, Nicola Hurst, thank you. Appreciate you. Hold up. Hold on. Let me give you some love on that. Nicola Hurst. Appreciate you. Thank you. Yes.
May the force be with you.
Bam. We're at where I say we was at? We're at 290. We're at 290. Almost. Very close. Appreciate you. All right. So check this out. Generation Alpha. They tripping a little bit because they may have to they may have to go to war. And this is what your ass get. That's what you get. Hold on, let me see. All right, here it is. Oh, no, that's not it. All right, see. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, man. This thing take all damn day. All right, here we go. So check this out. All right. Oops. No, that's not it. All right, here we go. So the draft.
I'm diagnosed with schizophrenia. Bro, I'm not about to fucking die for this billionaire, bro. Fuck y'all.
So I woke up today and saw that we're going to be having a war draft to go to Iran and fight alongside Israel against the Iranians and their nuclear bombs that they're days away from having. The crazy part is, if y'all really think y'all are going to get anyone in Gen Z or lower to go into this fucking war, you're fucking stupid. We're not doing that. That shit's not happening.
If they have a draft, I ain't going. You can take me to jail. I am not going down there.
You will comply with lawful orders. Your job is to protect the interests of the United States.
No. My job, no. Not the interest of the United States. I don't want to hear that bullshit. Not if I don't agree. It's called conscientious objector. I don't have to, nope. If you are in the military and you don't agree with what the military is doing, you can disagree. You can get out. You can say it's called conscientious objector. Say, nigga, I'm not fucking with y'all. I'm not going to go just blow up a whole bunch of babies, nigga, and have my soul burn in hell. Fuck y'all. Nope. I'm out. You can do that.
Yeah, the draft of 2026, aka people are freaking out because they think that something could change legally, because right now it is 18 to 26 that they are allowing for what could be considered for the draft. There's a bunch of other stuff. That's not what we're getting into, because we're getting into the freak out reaction to what people think might be coming in the future.
Well, break and fuck the news and fuck all of us, I guess, because it looks like the U.S. military draft is now talking about 18 through the ages of 39. Bruh, I'm 30. On top of that, I'm diagnosed with schizophrenia, and I've been since the age of 16.
Stop it.
Am I even useful for this?
Stop it.
Though, the only thing I can see is, like, unless you got bones.
Stop it, bruh. Get your schizo ass over there and grab a goddamn M16, bitch. Want to hear that shit? You schizophrenic, that means shoot two niggas at once. If you schizo, that means shoot at two people.
Spurs, you're going. Bro, I'm not about to fucking die for this billionaire, bro. Fuck y'all.
So you can see people are freaking out, and they're finding ways already to be like, yeah, mental health, like, I can't do that. And I'm like, I don't know. I feel like there's going to be some kind of way they skirt the line. There's going to be some, like, psychiatrist that's going to be like, do you really meet the DSM-5 criteria for this? Comments don't disappoint, though. For example, Amelia Knight says, look up fragging. That'll make you ineligible immediately. And then this person said, my mom said I can't go. Yeah, my mom said I can't go outside and play right now. So, yeah, it's kind of bad. But it is weird because this entire...
So fragging, they said, look up fragging. Because they check your, you know, when you go to the military and stuff, they check your IP history and all that. They do that type of stuff because they didn't used to, because you before the internet, but obviously now they check your internet just to make sure you ain't no spy, right? So they said look up fragging. Fragging is the intentional injuring of your own platoon or, you know, your military people so that you can go home. So this is what they were doing. Like they said, like at least like every, like out of every, I forgot the damn number. It was like crazy. It was a crazy number, like 1,000 deaths out of every 3,000 or something like that. I forgot how many, but it's like 1,000 deaths. That's the word. That's the number I heard, was 1,000 people had died to fragging. Not fracking, fragging, Fragging. So fragging again is like taking it when you're out and you're on a patrol and you'll take a grenade and drop it by the whole platoon and blow it up. So hoping that you get injured or somebody else get injured or some shit like that, so y'all can go home. Or if you hate your CO, your commanding officer or your platoon leader, and they're ahead, you throw a grenade at them and kill them. Because you don't want to be out here. So they said if you look that up on the internet, then they'll kick you out of the military because they don't want anybody who has thoughts of doing that in the military. I ain't saying doing that. I'm saying that's what this dude just said on the video. That's what this guy just said. I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying.
fragging thing has essentially become like the biggest search in relation to the draft, where people are like, that sounds like a good idea. Check this out if you didn't know.
If you were an officer in Vietnam and you made terrible decisions, you didn't just have to worry about the enemy. You had to worry about your own men coming out to kill you. Fragging is the act of intentional friendly fire to get rid of somebody that you do not like in your company. And it usually involves a hand grenade. Grenades are the tool of choice for two reasons. One, it can't be traced back to you. And two, in the heat of combat, when everything's confusing, you could just casually chuck one over at the officer and be like, enemy grenade. The Vietnam War was not a patriotic war. People wanted to survive. They wanted to go home. They didn't want to win. So if you had an officer that was all gung-ho and super brave and just wanted to charge into the enemy, more than likely, you're going to get together with your homies and frag them. And on the other end of that spectrum, you have the coward squad leaders and officers who will put the new guys on point and make the new guys clear the mines. I watched a disgusting interview where a Vietnam veteran was very proud of the fact that the new guy got blown to smithereens by the minefield and not his friends, because they made the new guy go clear it without any experience or help. Over 1,000 men gave their lives to fragging in the Vietnam War. That is an insane number.
So yeah,
that's messed up. But that's what you're going to have if Trump make people go to war for Khazaria. If people have to go to war for Bitchreal, people is going to be fragging the fuck. Nigga, this is Fraggle Rock, nigga. Nigga, this will be Fraggle Rock like a motherfucker, nigga. My whole platoon will be called Fraggle Rock, nigga. Only the G's know what Fraggle Rock mean, nigga. Y'all, if you a G, if you a real G, you know what Fraggle Rock mean, goddammit. That's what I be doing, though. Fraggle, down at Fraggle Rock. Doom, doom. Nigga, I be Fraggle rocking the fuck off. Just saying. Just saying. Now they somebody put in there they increased the age to 42 from 18 to 42. Now all these FAGA people, these are the MAGA who are still ball gargling Trump, even though that they see he's an evil piece of shit. So the FAGA people, those are the ones who are still behind the Iran war. All of them need to go. Now that he just upped it to 42. Ben Shapiro, Trump's son Eric Trump, get your bitch ass on. All these FAGA podcasters that out here, yeah, Trump. That black dude, what's the black Officer Tatum, bitch ass, your fat pork and bean eating ass. Get your fat pork and bean eating ass into the goddamn military. Since you're so happy and you cape for Israel, you such a Israel ball gargling motherfucker. Then you want to shit on Joe Kent. What's his name? Joe Kent. What's his name? Joe Kent, who just came out and quit last week. The one who went to 11 deployments. 11 deployments on his own. Like, yeah, get me out there. Your bitch ass spent 2 years as a policeman, and you think you can talk shit about somebody like that? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, get your fat ass up. Get your fat bitch ass up. Get over there. You 39? Yeah, nigga. You got 3 years you can serve. You can give to Israel. Barron Trump, get your ass over there. Tiffany Trump, get your ass over there. All of these bitch ass motherfuckers whose parents vote to go to war, they need to get, or if your parent, or if you're a politician, it should be automatic that if you have a child that's old enough to go to war, that needs to be automatic. That if you vote to go to war, your child automatically has to go. How many wars would that shit stop? You wouldn't see another war ever again. If the people who voted for war, their kids had to go, or they had to go, if they were eligible, you wouldn't see another war again. Ever. Yep. All the politicians who was eligible. I mean, if you ain't got no bum knee or some type of medical condition that would prevent you from going over there, I don't want to hear that bum knee shit. Don't be trying to have somebody hammer your knees either. This ain't what's homegirl? Nancy Kerrigan or whatever her name. This ain't Nancy Kerrigan and the other chick. Don't try to hire the chick to beat up Nancy Kerrigan's knees either, bitch. We ain't doing that. What was homegirl names who took the crowbar to Nancy Kerrigan's knees? What's that bitch name? Anybody remember her name? Come on, y'all. You said Fraggle Rock. You remember Fraggle Rock? Wait, what'd you say about Fraggle Rock? Hold on. Down in Fraggle Rock. Yep. So what was that girl? What was her name? Tanya Harding. Thank you, Tanya Harding. You said Tanya. Tish said Tanya something. Yeah, Tanya Harding. Yo, what's her name? Margot Robbie. She made a movie about that chick, Tanya Harding. Let me tell you right now, y'all need to go watch that movie. That movie is so fucking funny. Holy shit. I had no idea I was gonna laugh that hard at that movie. It's a movie of it's a true story about Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan and how that whole thing happened, how she drummed up the plan to take the crowbar, the old girl's knee, everything. Let me tell you right now, Margot Robbie should have won an Oscar for that damn role. She killed that Tanya Harding role. That's her best role ever. Like that's her best role ever. Go watch that movie. That movie's so goddamn funny. Holy shit. I forgot the name of the movie. If you remember the name of the movie, if anybody finds the name of the movie, please put the title in here. I forgot the name of the movie. I don't I don't know. I just know it came out about maybe 7 years ago. And man, it was so damn funny. Let's see. He said Tanya Norman Bates Hart. And she was crazy. In the movie, though, it showed how crazy she is. That's why you got to go watch the movie. Tanya Harding was crazy as shit. Go watch that movie. You will see how crazy that bitch was. She was nuts. He said, I found it. What is it called? It's called Tonya. Okay, is that what it is, Tonya? Tonya and Nancy. Okay, there it is. Tonya and Nancy, the inside story. Man, go watch that movie. You will be dying. That movie is so fucking funny. But like dark for like the plans that she would come up with to man, so I don't want to tell you the movie, but damn. So speaking of Generation A not wanting to go to war, or Generation Z and Generation A not wanting to go to war. Come to find out that the reason that they're the ones going to war is because they're the dumbest people in the world. Generation A and some of Z, mostly Z, are the dumbest people in the world. Watch this. So, oh snap. Samuel Harris, appreciate you. Thank you, brother. Says, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. Oh, they know not what they don't know. Okay. Appreciate you, man. Oh no. Yes, appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
All right. So check this out.
Gen Alpha still can't read. It's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's not just
Gen Alpha can't read. They found out Gen Alpha cannot read, y'all. This is insane.
Gen Alpha can't read. It's that Gen Alpha has the brain power of a South American hippopotamus.
They're feral. They can't read. They're crazy.
People are putting screens in front of their children instead of books, and that is leading to not just a lack of literacy, but a lack of confidence and a great deal of anxiety.
Like, they don't know how to put things away. They don't know common decency.
Having to teach and work with you guys as children has been the most traumatic experience of my life.
Their future could be at risk if something doesn't change fast.
They don't have the neural connections firing to understand anything, even slightly abstract. And one of those things is reading. So reading is not the problem. Reading is a symptom of Gen Alpha not being able to think. When Gen Alpha gets a paragraph, they don't even know what the paragraph was about. They don't know what a paragraph is.
They don't know what a paragraph is because they're reading such short little text all the time. 2 lines, 3 lines. They don't get full paragraphs. This is crazy, man. This is the destruction and downfall of America for sure. Definitely the world, but it's mostly America that's like this.
My 5th graders.
The paragraph was about. They don't know what a paragraph is.
My 5th graders with significant language-based learning disabilities could write better than non-disabled 7th graders can now. They can't write a sentence. They don't know what state they live in. They don't know what region of the country they're in. They have no background knowledge. Most of them don't know who the president is. They can't even attend to a 3-minute video clip. I can play it. I can tell them what it's going to be about. I can summarize what the video did, and not a single one can tell me what the video was about.
When Gen Alpha has to use a computer, they can't even use a mouse because they're just so used to using apps that they have the computer.
What'd you say? Maurice, what'd you say? Damn curve, yeah, that curve whooped your ass. I whooped my ass so much I turned white. But yeah, I'm not fully healed yet. Yeah, the melanin hasn't come back in all the way yet. But actually, it didn't do as much damage as it actually could have. My arm took most of the damage. It was fractured in like a couple of places. Whereas if my arm didn't take the damage, my head would have taken most of that damage. So, yo, that's hilarious though.
Computer literacy of elderly grandparents.
These kids didn't understand the differences between an upload or a download or a desktop and a laptop computer. Or when she was trying to tell a girl to, click on a screen share icon, she actually physically picked up the mouse and tried to move it, like the early days of the internet. But it's so unfathomable. Like, it's been around for so long. We all know to slide it. A bunch of teachers were sounding off saying that, yeah, a lot of kids don't even know how to type properly. A lot of them don't know how to search or use search engines. They don't know how to use the internet. They only know how to use apps. I use TikTok to promote my writing. It is in my bio. The comments.
The internet is a cheat. Is an intellectual cheat. Like, that shortens your intellect by using the internet. You should really read books, but they don't even read the internet. They don't even know how to read the internet properly because it's all about apps. Oh my God, nigga, this is the destruction of America. This is, you can't read. You don't know what a paragraph is. You can't even use the goddamn internet. Oh yeah, this is a wrap. Hey man, y'all better start stocking up on money and food and all the rest of that shit, putting money away. Hey, this is the destruction of America. You're gonna have to get ready just so you can ride that shit out. You better get ready so you can ride the destruction, the downfall of the American empire. That's what I mean. Like, all of America is not gonna go to hell, but the American empire is gonna crash, and America is gonna go through some crazy shit. And then after that, what are we gonna build? But if we have to rely on these dumb motherfuckers, these dumb motherfuckers. You can't you don't know what a paragraph is? You can't even use the goddamn internet? Wow, it's a wrap.
Section will still be flooded with people asking where they can read it.
Did you catch that? Gen Alpha has been so hippopotamisified that an influencer will say, click the link in my bio, and Gen Alpha will be like, where is a bio? What is a link? Like, when influencer slang is too advanced for you, when Brent Rivera is like Shakespeare to you, you know we're cooked. We're in more trouble than a daycare run by P. Diddy, okay?
I'm Sean Diddy Combs.
The video you're about to watch is so sad. Gen Alpha can't even read a clock. And then finally, there's a bit of hope. It looks like there's going to be some Gen Alpha kids who can read a clock. And then, of course, it turns out they can read it because they're not Gen Alpha.
What time does this clock show?
This clock shows.
What time does this clock show? I don't know. I can't read Roman numerals like that.
Did she just?
She said I can't read Roman numerals. Somebody slap that bitch in her neck. Slap her in the back of her neck. Like, hard as fuck. Like, lick their hand first. Like, like, seriously, like, lick your hand and slap. God damn. Did she just say? Hold the fuck up. Did she just say she don't read Roman numerals? What the fuck is going on? She don't read Roman numerals? Wait a minute. Wait. Where is it? Somebody just, this is my sentiments exactly. hey, seal the deal. My sentiments exactly.
You just say she can't read Roman numerals like that.
What time does this clock show?
Oh, it says 125. 125.
So look, right now Gen Alpha is the subject of my YouTube videos. They're destroying the school system, but they haven't entered the workforce yet. What happens when we don't have Gen Alpha to make YouTube videos about, when Gen Alpha isn't just making teachers quit in school, but Gen Alpha becomes adults and they bring their lack of literacy to the adult workforce? So you'll have Gen Alpha epidemiologists who think that you need to study for a COVID test. You'll have Gen Alpha football players who think a quarterback is a refund. And you'll have Gen Alpha influencers who don't know what link in bio means. Like, I swear, it wasn't this bad when I made my first Gen Alpha video.
A Gen Alpha influencer who doesn't know what link in bio means. Holy shit. Wow.
Now Gen Alpha can't even read instructions.
They would literally take the packet and be like, raise their hand, I don't know what to do. I'm like, what do you mean you don't know what to do? The first thing I asked them, did you read the instructions? They'd be like, oh, no.
These teachers' testimonies are hilarious.
Too good. What do I do? Did you read the instructions? Oh, no.
I had some student ask me how to pronounce the word abbreviation and then ask me what that meant. One girl didn't know what segregated meant. So I was just like, y'all are like 12, 13 that don't know what segregated means, don't know what an abbreviation is.
They can't even write their full name.
This kindergarten teacher, and she made like a little slideshow with things that, you know, the children need to know before they come into kindergarten. Make sure they know how to read and write their names. Then I got in the comment section, a woman's gonna say, this is why I'm homeschooling my children. This is not like developmentally like appropriate tasks for their ages. What the fuck are y'all doing in the house?
Children shouldn't be able to read and write names at 5. What? What the fuck are you talking? Boy,
that your child doesn't know how to read their name and write their name by 5.
Your name's Daniel.
Yeah.
Josue Daniel.
I have kids constantly asking me, how do I spell window? How do I spell important?
How do I spell window? That's fucking 6 letters. It's 6 goddamn letters. Holy shit, man.
How do I spell though? And they be serious. They're dead serious.
Hey, Riley. Hey.
Did anybody notice a pattern with the goddamn teachers? Huh? Did anybody notice a pattern with the teachers? Either they're Karens or the melanated dudes are Fruitopians. Did you notice that? Maybe that's the goddamn problem. Too much Fruitopian energy is coming off these motherfuckers. That's the problem. Get some masculine energy in there. Make them learn how to fucking do this shit. What the hell?
Does he know about the DORE? Huh? The door.
What's so scary about that video and all the other ones is you think,
wait a minute, hold up.
Hey.
Does he know about the DORE? Huh? The door.
What's so scary about that video and all the other ones is you think, okay, there's some Gen Alpha kids who are a few sandwiches short of a picnic, if you know what I mean. But surely there's got to be some bright shining stars of the Gen Alpha community. But the thing is, I can't find any. I can't find any videos of Gen Alpha teachers going,
you know what? It's not that bad.
Or a teacher going,
my class of Gen Alpha kids is smarter than a can of tuna.
Like no one is saying even that much. And
God
hot take,
damn.
the plural of anecdote is data. When everybody is saying the exact same thing, you know it's a problem. And this is to say nothing.
So I would go watch this because he does a whole lot of things on Gen Z. Go check his channel out because he has the part 1 to this, and then he has another part after this about Gen Z. He's actually like I think he's Gen Alpha, but he's Gen Z. And he knows how dumb both generations are. Like this dude is like, yo, my generation is stupid, and Generation Alpha is definitely stupid. He's like, God damn. So just saying. So moving along. Hold on. Yo, really quick though, just first of all, make sure you homeschool your kids. Forgot I had to put that in there. Make sure you homeschool your kids. That's the number one thing going. Homeschool your kids. They did a study where homeschooled kids learn 5 times faster than public school kids. And know 5 times as much. So homeschool your kids, figure it out. I don't want to hear no damn excuses. Figure that shit out. You can figure it out. You can figure out all the other stuff you need to do in your life. Figure that out too. Because if you don't, AI is going to take over. And I'm going to do a story on that in a little bit. But moving along, paper genocide. The paper genocide of the Aboriginal Amaru-Khan. Now, what is an Amaru-Khan? Amaru means dragon. It's the first name of America, where you get the name America, not Americos Vespucci. It's Amaruka, land of the dragon, or the feathered serpent, which is really the dragon. But Amaru-Khan, Khan, K-H-A-N, the word Khan means king, ruler, sovereign. So put those two together, you are the dragon kings, the dragon sovereigns, or the dragon rulers. That's who you were over here in Amaruka. So there's a video. I watched this dude. I've seen this dude a few times. His name, I call him Cremio. I don't really know how to pronounce his name. But he did, so one of his videos came through my way. Hold on. Yeah, damn, hold on. If I can find. All right. Hold on a second. Oh, okay, I know where it is. There it is. All right, so check this out. All right, here we go. So this dude, I call him Cremio, Kermio or whatever his name is, but he cool. He a cool cat. He breaks down a lot of Aboriginal history in books. He gets a lot of old books that shows how the Americas were populated by copper-colored, dark-skinned, copper-colored Aboriginals. This is his thing. Yo, Marlon Clark, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app. Thank you, Marlon Clark. Says, what's the average time to learn the status classes?
May the force be with you.
Depends on you. Depends on how fast you learn. I mean, they're up there for you to learn at your own leisure on the Patreon. I got 27 of them up there. They're about 2.5 to 3 hours, 3.5. Some of them about 4 or 5 hours. So it's a lot of information. But so you watch it at your own leisure. Some people, they watch them over and over and over again. They learn really fast. Some people watch them maybe once a week, once or twice a week. Depends on you, how fast you learn. Everybody's learning capability is not the same. So I can't really say how long it'll take you to learn. Depends on you. But they're up there for you to learn and study at your own leisure, for you to learn. You can watch over and over and over again until you do learn. Well, appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. The cash app. So, you say, you do know him? You know him, the Godzilla? So check this out.
A lot more and review a lot more today for fair use, educational purposes, critique, commentary, but mainly education. So we go to part 11 of the book, Indian Relations. This is page 269. Now, before I begin, disclaimer, right? We're going to have to dodge a lot of hijack when it comes to their classification of people based on tags and words like Negro, Indian, and so-called white or black, right? But we have a lot of context already to be able to discern what we're about to read and understand it in a more true historical way. And I'll go ahead and remind you of that. So it says here, in the slave period, the relations of the Indian to the white man or the European, right? Free white includes so-called black Europeans. And to the Negro, what Negro? And the interrelations of the three races add to the complexity of this study. The complexity of this study. So triracial, they're trying to say, triracial. They're trying to say Indian, white, and Negro. You know, those are all tags, right? You got to break yourself from all those. Those are tags. We're breaking this down, you know. The white couldn't include black folks. The Indian couldn't include black folks. And the Negro, oh, you already know. So it all could be the same. So that's what I'm saying. But this has a footnote here, number 1. And it's Kenneth Porter's relation between Indians and Negroes within the present limits of the United States. I happen to have this available as well. Let me know if you want me to read it. I'll go ahead and read that article as well. You know, so this is a sort. They're all saying the same thing. Coming back to the book, there was much intermixture of the blood of the 3 races, and there were perplexing problems resulting from the difficulty in distinguishing the racial identity of these races, because you added hijack plus confusion plus your modern classifications of people. Now it's difficult. They even admit it, right, to distinguish, because it's all hijacked, man. In many instances, the slave code was applied to men who were in reality Indians. The slave code was applied to Indians. You guys paying attention? We're gonna get some drop in this chapter right here, right? And we pull out the babies and dodge the hijacks, right? So the slave codes were applied to men who were in reality Indians, those styled Negroes. They were styled Negroes. What does that mean? Indians, those styled Negroes. So that's what I was saying, goes back to my point in the beginning. You're saying that in the slave period, the relations of Indians to white men to the Negro. And you just admitted that there's Indians being styled Negroes, right? So what Negroes are you talking about? That doesn't mean African is what I'm trying to say. And in many cases, we find a conflict of the law of the land with the influences of human nature. After the colonial period, it is found that there were some efforts made to promote the intermarriage of the Indian and the white man, or European, so-called white. Such efforts were probably the result of the experience and influence of agents and traders who had lived upon the frontier. Sir William Johnson is a distinguished example of such an agent. He had an Indian wife and children born of this marriage, okay? So a lot of Europeans mixing with the Indians, having children, their children now just Indians, but they had a so-called white or European. This could be a black European, right? Until they can prove it, I'm going with, like what Benjamin Franklin was saying, that all these people are Swarty, right? And his son. Until proven, until unproven, right? The burden of proof is on you. Show me that where it says he's pale skin or white and any.
So again, they're showing how there, first of all, there were laws that were created back in the day to stop, to prevent marriage. Or to, first of all, there were misogenic laws. Misogynization. I can't even say the goddamn word. Every time I get a misogynization, I can't even say the goddamn word. So goddamn, I can't even say the goddamn word. Misogynization. Damn, that ain't the word. I just can't pronounce it right now. But these laws were created so that black people and white people couldn't marry. And I can't believe I can't say the word. Now, if I wasn't doing the live stream, I'd say the word just fine. But because I got 50 million things I'm trying to fucking think about right now, I can't say the goddamn name. But so these laws were created after Bacon's Rebellion. So Bacon's Rebellion happened, Jamestown, Virginia, and where the bourgeoisie, the bourgeoisie, they got taken out. They got taken out by the indentured servants, the melanated and Caucasian indentured servants led by Nathaniel Bacon, and then took over the town, Jamestown, Virginia, for 10 months. And then they took over Virginia. They took over Jamestown, Virginia for 10 months. And then the bougie, the elite, the so-called elite, but the rich class, they had to come up with a plan to prevent them from doing this again. So conquer, separate and divide. Divide and conquer was the term. All right, we can't let whites and blacks get together no more. So this is when they created the laws, the miscegenation laws, and no black folks, no white folks can marry. Up until then, you had a bunch of black people and white people marrying, a whole bunch, living together, chilling. It wasn't a problem. So then they had to break this down. They had to create this. Then they also created laws, though, in order to strengthen the colonists. They would make the colonists marry Native Americans because they knew that was a tie to the land. So they would make law. They would create laws that the white colonists had to marry the Aboriginal, Indian, and that would then tie them to the land. It's called tying into the vine, is the main term of it.
You have contemporary descriptions, if so, then okay. He had an Indian wife and children. He was very faithful to his Indian wife. And it is said that his great influence over the Six Nations was in part due to this marriage relation. All right? Influence over the Six Nations because of his wife, the connections he had. Of course it was. He advised other men to follow his example. He's like, hey, listen, man, I got me an Indian wife. Now I'm kind of almost running things in the tribe. I got clout now because of her. So he's like, you guys should do the same. The constant danger of Indian attacks upon the people of the frontier was probably the cause of the presentation in 1784 of a bill to the Virginia legislature.
See, that's the term. Miscegenation. I can't even pronounce it. Miscegenation. Miscegenation. Goddamn. Miscegenation. I can't even pronounce the fucking word right now. I can't even believe it. I've said this word like a million times. Now I can't fucking say it. Miscegenation. Miscegenation. It's a different how you pronounce, how you put the, where you put the inflection on the accent. Miscegenation. Miscegenation. God damn it. That's the term.
Providing that every so-called white man who married an Indian woman or European who married a European woman, an Indian woman, should be paid 10 pounds. And they get paid for doing it. So they get a nice Indian wife, then they get some connections to the tribal government, and then they get paid for it.
So they were getting paid to marry because a lot of them were probably a little bit racist and didn't want to marry into the Aboriginals. But they would get paid because it was strengthening the colonist link to the land. So they were paying people to do this. It was taking away the strength, the connection to the land to the melanated men. The men, they were, again, this is women. They were marrying women. They weren't letting white women marry Indian men. It was white men marrying Indian women. Again, strengthening the colonist tie to the land, linked to the land. Now, you can go watch this video. This came out not too long, a couple days ago. I suggest you go watch it. Check it out. But that video, but I did a video breaking this down. I don't know how many of you have seen the video. You should have seen it at this point. But this is one of my, I've done a few documentaries. This is probably my best documentary. This and Face of the Dragon and the Kung Fu of Law. Those are probably the three best videos I've done. So check this out. So we're going to pick apart the video because I broke down all of this stuff within this video if you haven't seen it yet. But let's check it out.
Who are you? You don't know. Don't tell me Negro. That's nothing. What were you before the white man named you a Negro? And where were you? And what did you have? What was yours? What language did you speak then? What was your name? It couldn't have been Smith or Jones or Bunch or Powell. That wasn't your name. They don't have those kind of names where you and I came from. No, what was your name? And why don't you now know what your name was then? Where did it go? Where did you lose it? Who took it? And how did he take it? What tongue did you speak? How did the man take your tongue? Where is your history? How did the man wipe out your history? What did the man do to make you as dumb as you are right now? Aborigines, which means what? Black folks. You never find a white aborigine. Aborigines are called natives, or they're always dark-skinned people. You and I are aborigines, but you don't like to be called an aborigine. This momentous decree came as a great beacon light of hope to millions of Negro slaves who had been seared in the flames of withering injustice. It came as a joyous daybreak to end the long night of their captivity. But 100 years later, the Negro still is not free. 100 years later, the life of the Negro is still sadly crippled by the manacles of segregation and the chains of discrimination. 100 years later, the Negro lives on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity. 100 years later, the Negro is still languished in the corners of American society and finds himself in exile in his own land.
We are a nation within a nation in this country searching for a nationality. And once we find our nationality and serve that nationality, we'll do for ourselves what needs to be done. All ethnic groups in this country understand they got a nationality because you answer to such stupid words like Negro and colored and black. You have no nationality. Negro is not a nationality. Some lady Portuguese or Spaniard took an adjective and made a noun out of it. Colored is not a nationality. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. Right. The name of a people must relate them instantaneously to land, history, and culture. And anytime you call a people by their right name, anytime you call a people, name a people, and fail to relate them back to land, history, and culture, you have called them out of their name. There's no black land or black Ola. There's nothing wrong with the word black. Nothing wrong with it at all. Only it doesn't relate to a country. The name of every people in the world relate to country. And once you think instantaneously of land, you think of nationality. You belong to something big in the world.
So before I play the rest of it or different parts of it, so nationality. This is why black and all these adjectives that you apply to your name don't work. Back in the day, there was no term white. White people didn't call themselves white. They called themselves Englishmen, Dutchmen, Frenchmen, these different terms. White was created as a social class. I'm going to show a little bit of that today, of how all the people who became white weren't white. Italians, Jews, Germans, who else? Polish people, Indians, all these people who turn white, Mexicans, all these people have white designation today, but they weren't white at first when they first started. Now, Jews were considered white in the when it was first classified, but they weren't accepted as white until later on, some years later down the line. But so we'll break that down later. But you have to be connected to a nation. This is why what is it, foundational Black Americans? That's not going to work. Now, you almost had it because you created a giant organization, but then you said it's not an organization, it's a movement. It has no leadership. You fucked up. All you FBA niggas, if you made that an actual organization, you know how much power you would have in America? They're so happy that you saying that this is not an organization, even though it's called black, because black is a color and it's not real. But the fact that you made foundational Black Americans and you made it an organization. The fact that you made this an organization, it can have all types of power within America if you organized it properly. But because it's not organized properly, you have no power. Even with the term black in there, you put foundational black in front of it, you made it a certain thing. When you put foundational black. Now, even though black is not a real thing, and that's not the highest status you can have. But if you want to compete with the movements of the statuses going on today and have some power, foundational Black Americans could have done it. But the fact that Tariq Nasheed don't want to be no leader of it, he just created the shit and didn't want to be no leader. Like, nigga, don't create some shit you don't want to be a leader of, or at least put somebody in charge of it who can be the leader of it. But you have to be a body, a moving body, a giant political organizational body for them to see you in this new future of corporations and giant organizations and all that type of thing. These are the vehicles that you need to move in for them to recognize you. So foundational Black Americans, you could have been doing something if you created an organization out of it. But because you couldn't do that, or you didn't do that, you have no power. You have to go back and reclaim your status. That's the only way to get your money. That's the only way to get your power back within this government, this corporate government. The only way to get your power back.
All right, goddammit. Now pay attention, because I'm only doing this one time. Now let's get on with the story. Who are you? Have you ever asked yourself this question? Not just on a spiritual level, but also in society. Another way of saying it would be, what is your class, rank, or status? And what does this class, rank, or status entitle me to within society? What do the words class, rank, or status even mean? We'll start with the most important word of all, status. According to Black's Law Dictionary, the word status is defined as standing, state, or condition. The legal relation of an individual to the rest of the community. The rights, duties, capacities, and incapacities which determine a person to a given class. Class. The order or rank according to which persons or things are arranged or assorted. Rank. Grade of official standing. So as you can see from these legal definitions, your status, class, or rank has to do with your standing or legal standing in society. And as everyone knows, if you're not standing, there's only 3 other positions you could possibly be in: sitting, kneeling, or lying down. The history of status, or what is also known as social hierarchy, goes all the way back to ancient Sumer, the very first civilization on Earth, today what is now called Iraq. The ancient Sumerian.
So this gives it this. I'm not going to play the video, just so you guys know. I'm not going to play the whole video. I'm going to play parts of the video where I'm breaking down the Aboriginal part. This is the history of slavery and status and stuff like that. But we're going to skip ahead. We're going to skip ahead to the Aboriginals. 14th Amendment. Hold on. Damn. So these are the Mamluks. This is the Mamluk status of Mamluks. And boom, we're going to skip ahead to Dred Scott, because this is where status started to become really important for melanated people in America. It was important before that. But so what happened was, as Aboriginals, Amaru-Khans, Aboriginal Amaru-Khans, you had a excuse me. Let me see if I can find. I put some of these in here so I can show you guys. Hold on. Let me see if I can find. Okay, so let me show you this. So in 1787, there was something called the Northwest Ordinance, right? So you had the colonists and the colony and the Aboriginals. They had been, living amongst each other since the colonists got here, right? And so then you had just talked about the reclassification. So the miscegenation laws. I think that's how we say it. But back then, this was the changing of, or the taking down. This is the creation of status, the social status within America, because they saw that the lower statuses could overpower the higher statuses or the lower classes could outpower the higher classes if they band together. So we have to, again, conquer and divide, or separate, divide and conquer. Excuse me. Now, just so we can get an understanding of this shit, who were predominantly the slave owners? the colonists and slave owners. So remember, the colonies were businesses. They weren't farmers and shit like that. They were businesses that were sanctioned by the British government. Because when you send somebody to go, open up a new land, you want a business to be able to do that. You don't send farmers and shit. You send business people to go do that shit, right? So these were businesses. And who were running these businesses? Khazarians. Mostly Khazarians were the main. If you go back and look at your history, and again go to in the book, the secret relationship between blacks and Jews shows how most of the slave trade was basically ran by the Khazarians. So that divide and conquer thing has been in their playbook for the longest time. This is what they do: divide and conquer. That is their playbook. So after the Nathan's rebellion, or Bacon's rebellion, they set up on a campaign to divide and conquer, right? So this is where white came in. The term white didn't exist before that. This is where they came out and they put white everywhere. They started to say white this, white that, white, bop, bop, bop. And so it took about 70 years for the term white to take hold because people were still connected to their countries. I'm a Frenchman. I'm a Dutchman, right? I'm an Englishman. They weren't white. They were like, what is this term white? But white, they put out white so much around white this, join the white this, join the white that eventually over time, the young children who started to see this and didn't understand and weren't from those countries, they started to take hold, and this started to be an identity in their psyche. Not to mention that the ruling class would allow some of the white indentured servants into their small circles. Like when they would have meetings and stuff like that, they would let these white people stand in the back of their meetings to make them seem like they were included, even though they didn't get to say shit, nothing like that, but they were in the room, right? So this is the divide and conquer. And then on the other side, melanated people, we were being torn down. We were pieces of shit. We were slaves. We were none of that, right? So it was the raising of the pale people, the less melanated people, or the non-melanated people, externally melanated people, and then the degradation of the highly melanated people, right? So this is where you started to get this. And then you talk, about the suing for a slave in 1641 by was it Alex Johnson? I got my man's name. Goddamn, I got so many goddamn names in my head right now. But he sued for the slave in 1641. There was no slaves before 1641 till a black dude sued for it in court and got the slave back. The slave had already gone. He figured out, oh, I can't do this work without the slave. So then he sued to get the slave. He sued to get his it was an indentured servant, really, but he sued to get him back. And then he got him back, and that became a permanent worker, and that became the slave. So then in 1787, so this is the getting down to the paper genocide of Aboriginals. So this is the breaking up. So a lot of these Aboriginals, this is at this time, a lot of the melanated people were Aboriginals and they were living together. But at this time in 1787, the colonies were growing, or they wanted to grow. So they created something called the Northwest Ordinance. All right, this is very important. The Northwest Ordinance is extremely important. This is how you lost your land as Aboriginals. Go look it up. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787. They'll call it the expansion of the American colonies, right, into certain states, what they call states. But what it was is a genocide of the Aboriginal from their lands. This is how they wiped the Aboriginals from their land. So let me see if I can show this. I'll get back to that in a second. Let me see if I can show this. Yeah, dang it. Hold on. For some reason. Dang it, it's not letting me. Hold on. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just do this. Hold on. I'll just share the screen. Damn. Oops. Just go to it from here. All right. So I want y'all to read this. Oops. Here it is, right here. All right, so check this out. What you doing? That's ordinance. Damn, man. All right, so check this out. See, the Northwest Ordinance. The Northwest Ordinance, adopted on July 13th, 1787 by the Confederation Congress. This was, before the Constitution. Established and structured framework for governing the Northwest Territory, which included the area north of the Ohio River and west of the Appalachians. It defined a process for admitting new states on equal footing with the original 13 and prohibited slavery in the territory. Sure it did. Says the territorial government to statehood. It created a 3-step orderly process for territories to transition to statehood, starting with a governor/judge, then a territorial legislature, and finally adoption of the Constitution to enter the Union. Expansion method. It set the precedent for westward expansion. This is it right here, where new territories became new states rather than colonies of existing ones. So you go through it and read the whole thing, but what they did was they wiped out the Aboriginal. How they expanded was they went to all the Aboriginal territories and wiped them out. They moved them. So they didn't kill them, but they moved them forcibly. They killed them if you didn't want to move, if you didn't want to leave, then they would kill you. They took your ass out. This is where you get the mythology, or the legend, not the mythology, but the legend of the Seminoles. That's when the Northwest Ordinance happened. They tried to move the Seminoles out, and the Seminoles like, fuck you, bitch. We ain't going nowhere, motherfucker. But even though eventually the Seminoles, they lost because they kept bringing in bigger battalions to fight, but they stood out. They held out for years. So shout out to the Seminoles. But the Northwest Ordinance, this is where they was wiping out the Aboriginals from their land. Now, the only way you could stay on the land is when they came to take an assessment. They would let you stay on the land if you agreed to to abide by colony laws and change your name. This is where it came with changing your name. So changing your name or not necessarily changing it. Well, they would change your name, but really changing your religious status. So they would come to check you. This is about the census, and they would ask you if you were a Christian. If you weren't a Christian, you had to leave. If you stayed with your spiritual heritage, your Aboriginal spiritual heritage of, connection to the land and all this and that, get the fuck out. You got to go. If you became a Christian, they would give you a Christian name, and you got to stay on the land. This is why a lot of Aboriginals got wiped out. This is the paper genocide. Because then in the 1790 census, you became mulatto and slaves. And before you were supposed to be the Indians not taxed or free non-whites. That's what you were in the 1790 census, right? This is the very first census was 1790. The very first one where they're going to placing everybody where they're supposed to be. 1790 census. All right. If we came and asked you if you change your name from Big Red Feather or Big Chief White Eyes, if you changed it to Clarence, you change your name to Clarence, then you can stay. But if you still want to be cheap white eyes, you got to get the fuck out of here. So this is the genocide, the paper genocide that started. This is how it started. Is changing you from your religion to Christian, and then you had to take on a Christian name. My family had to take on Barringer. My family was Lenape back then. They decided to stay. Bitches. So my family decided to stay and took on the name Barringer. But so here we go. So that's the Northwest Ordinance. That's how you lost your land. Oops. So then let me go back to this because I want to go back. Because then we start to get into how you really truly the status changed. And that came with Dred Scott. So we're going to fast forward to Dred Scott, where Dred Scott was considered to be, they say Dred Scott was considered not a man, right? That he wasn't a full man and blah, 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 rights not to be respected in court and all this and that, right? But most people just don't understand the Dred Scott decision. Unless you understand legalese, you won't understand it. So I broke it down in this video, so I'm not going to have to talk about it. I don't have to talk about it. You can watch the video. Here we go.
Like the feudal system, with their kings, lords, knights, and peasants from the beginning to this very day. As well, slavery has evolved from what was mostly involuntary physical slavery to what is now unconscious voluntary or involuntary contract slavery. And this is how they did it. Now, most so-called black people believe that their legal status today comes from the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, created to give them equal rights in society after being freed from slavery in 1865. The events that sparked the drafting of the 14th Amendment were many, but before we dissect that bullshit document, let's examine the main incident that sparked the whole thing, the Dred Scott case and decision. By the time of the Dred Scott decision in 1857, slavery had been a legal practice in the United States since 1641, but practiced in other forms such as indentured servitude and debt servitude, or punishment after being captured in war, like the melanated copper-colored Aboriginal American nations who fought each other and enslaved their captives after war, and in some under-the-law forms, such as kidnapping, then being forced to work or risk getting the WWE SmackDown put on you. In fact, technically, the first slaves in America under the British colonies were kidnapped poor Caucasian people and so-called criminals from Ireland and England, stolen off the streets, shipped to America, then forced to sign indentured contracts and work the plantations, usually until they died under forced contract slavery. According to the book, White Slavery in Colonial America, it states, at the bare minimum, hundreds of thousands of white slaves were kidnapped off the streets and roads of Great Britain in the course of more than 150 years and sold to captains of slave ships in London known as white Guineamen. In the book History of the United States, Volume 2, it states, 10,000 slaves were kidnapped from England in the year 1670 alone. The very word kidnapper was first coined in Britain in the 1600s to describe those who captured and sold white children into slavery, hence the term kidnappers or kidnappers. And there are many other books that tell this story, such as They Were White and They Were Slaves and White Cargo. Now, with slavery being an economic staple in the world, as well as in America, long before the arrival of the pale colonizer, status was the determining factor for who was master and slave, and everything in between. Were you born free? Were you born a slave? Were you born a serf, which is a slave attached to the land and not the owner? Were you born a chattel slave, which is someone who was property of their owner and had to move wherever their owner moved? Were you born a slave, then able to work off your freedom? Or were you born free, then eventually became a slave for the betterment of your family and lifestyle? These were all different levels of legal status. And depending on what you called yourself, the law had special rules for each one, including African slaves and descendants of African slaves born in America. Not to mention free whites, free non-whites, and later on American Indians, who were first among the free non-whites. The first legal slave in America was a man named John Punch, who was Barack Obama's ancestor on his Caucasian side, sentenced to lifetime slavery as a punishment for breaking his indentured servitude contract for running away in 1640. However, slavery didn't become legal until 1655, when a freed slave named Anthony Johnson sued for the lifetime servitude of one of his indentured servants in a court of law. He did this after the man served out the terms of his indentured contract. Anthony Johnson still sued for the right to have him as a slave for life. Also, of the 5 indentured servants or slaves he had on his property, 4 of them were Caucasian. 2 of the largest slave owners in history were so-called black men: April William Ellison, who owned 63 slaves, and John Carruthers Stanley, who owned 163 slaves. In fact, the reality is, close to 30% of free so-called black people own slaves, while only 2% of free Caucasians own slaves. This brings us back to Dred Scott, a man born into slavery in Virginia around 1799, who sued for his freedom in 1846, won his freedom for 2 years, then had the case overturned and eventually sent to the Supreme Court. It is the decision and misunderstanding of the opinion read by Judge Taney in that case which eventually led to a civil war. In a brief summary of the case, Dred Scott, a slave, tried to sue for his freedom upon traveling with his owner to a state that had previously outlawed slavery. As stated, he won his case and freedom for 2 years until his former owner, Sanford, countersued on the grounds that Dred Scott didn't have the right to bring up a lawsuit in a court of the United States because slaves were not considered citizens of the United States. The Supreme Court agreed with Sanford's assessment that Dred Scott was not a citizen of the United States and ruled the lower court's decision in error. In Judge Taney's explanation of the ruling, he says words that without an understanding of the law may seem cruel and thoughtless. However, a brief examination of who Judge Taney was in his personal and early professional life will show that he was very sympathetic towards the slavery cause. In fact, he defended an abolitionist reverend who was charged with inciting a slave rebellion. He said that slavery was a blot on our national character, and any true lover of freedom hopes that it will eventually be wiped away. He also freed the slaves owned by his wealthy tobacco family after his father died and gave them paying jobs while giving pensions to the ones who could not work. Now, why would a man who has said and done those things seem to completely flip in the Dred Scott decision?
How many of y'all knew that about Judge Taney, the one who gave the Dred Scott decision, that he freed his slaves, his own slaves? He defended abolitionists in court, and he freed his own slaves, and gave the ones that he freed, he gave them jobs. If they couldn't work, they came back. He gave them jobs and paid them. See, nobody knows. And then this is what they did to a statue. Look what they did to a statue. This is dumb shit. This is indoctrination. This is miseducation right here. This is emotional bullshit. That you would throw this, I mean, if he did all that, if he was a piece of shit, then fine. But you don't know that he was. You just think that he was. You didn't go do any study on your own and then label this dude a piece of shit. But he was a dude who freed slaves. He freed his own slaves. His family owned slaves. His family owned slaves, and he freed them all. So here we go.
When he says, in the opinion of the court, the legislation and his man who has said and done those things seem to completely flip in the Dred Scott decision when he says, in the opinion of the court, the legislation and histories of the times and language used in the Declaration of Independence show that neither the class of persons who had been imported as slaves nor their descendants.
Listen to what he says. Class of persons who had been imported as slaves. Again, these are all specific words he's saying. These are terms that mean something in law. Class of person imported. Like a piece of furniture.
whether they had become free or independent, show that neither the class of persons who had been imported as slaves nor their descendants, whether they had become free or not, were then acknowledged as a part of the people, nor intended to be included in the general words used in that memorable instrument.
See, and it wasn't his opinion. He said, in the opinion of the court, the legislation and history of the times. See, people equate to what he was saying to his opinion. He was giving a history of how the court had ruled. This is, again, not being able to understand and read law. But you don't even need to read law to be able to understand what he was doing. This is just context, being able to place things in context without emotion. So let's go. Let's keep it going.
They had for more than a century been regarded as beings of an inferior order.
He said they had been regarded. He didn't say they were inferior. He said they had been regarded as inferior. Again, listen to his words.
And altogether unfit to associate with the white race, either in social or political relations, and so far inferior that they had no rights which the white man was bound to respect, and that the Negro might justly and lawfully be reduced to slavery for his benefit. Now, these may seem...
Now, all he was reading was how the court had looked upon Negroes, so-called Negroes, at the time. He didn't say that's how he saw Negroes. He said this is how the court sees Negroes.
To be two completely opposite ideas of it. Now, these may seem to be two completely opposite ideas and perspectives when looking at them with an untrained eye. However, for those who understand the law and legalese, he was saying something completely different and was actually trying to help Dred Scott win his case, but in a completely different way. As you read this case, you will see the words class, status, Negro, Africans, imported into this country, pure African blood, of African descent, and slaves imported into this country. In the Judge Taney quote previously, it said that neither the class of persons who had been imported as slaves nor their descendants, whether they had become free or not, were then acknowledged as part of... This is very specific legal work to start to decode the law and see it as it is entangled. In the part of the case where Judge Taney actually tries to help him, it states, the question is simply, can a Negro whose ancestors were imported into the country and sold as slaves become a member of the political community formed and brought into existence by the Constitution of the United States?
So again, he used these specific terms, Negro imported. These are not terms that have any status in American law, in the Constitution. Negro, not a thing. Imported is a piece of property. So how can you have rights as a piece of property? So again, he's telling them, the question is simply this: can this nigga who came in here with this status, again, listen to this.
Formed and brought into existence by the Constitution of the United States. And
as the country
tries to help him, it states, the question is simply this: can a Negro whose ancestors were imported into this country and sold as slaves become a member of the political community formed and brought into existence by the Constitution of the United States, and as such become entitled to all of the rights and privileges and immunities guaranteed by that instrument to the citizen, one of which right is the privilege of suing in a court of the United States in the cases specified in the Constitution. It will be observed that the plea applies to that class of persons only whose ancestors were Negroes of the African race and imported into this country and sold and held as...
Now listen to that again. It will be observed that the plea applies to... Now he's saying this specifically for a reason. The plea applies to that class Again, class of persons. That's another legal term only. This only applies to a class of persons whose ancestors were Negroes of the African race and imported into this country and sold and held as slaves. He said, that's what we're dealing with.
African race and imported into this country and sold and held as slaves. The only matter in issue before the court, therefore, is whether the descendants of such slaves, when they shall be emancipated, or who are born of parents who had become free before their birth, are citizens of a state in the sense in which the word citizen is used in the Constitution of the United States. And this being the only matter in this,
the only matter we dealing with, we ain't dealing with nothing else but this nigga status. That's what he's saying. We're only dealing with this status he walked into this court with. That's it. That's all we dealing with. We ain't dealing with his character. We only dealing with the status he walked into the court under.
Dispute on the pleadings in which the word citizen is used in the Constitution of the United States. And this being the only matter in dispute on the pleadings, the court must be understood as speaking to this opinion of that class of persons only. That is, of those persons who are the descendants of Africans who were imported into this country and sold as slaves. And here's where he gives him his way.
So again, he reiterated. Did you see how the emphasis he put on these words? To that class only. And this therefore is, we're only dealing with this thing here. His status that he walked into the courtroom under. It's like, y'all got to get this. We're only dealing with that. Bruh, you should have walked in here under another status. And then he goes on to help Dred Scott by telling him what status to walk into the court under. Watch. And I can't believe that people think Judge Taney is an evil motherfucker. All the shit he did to help Dred Scott in the court is insane. And it's just dumb people. I ain't gonna say dumb people, but unlearned people, emotional people who don't do the time to do their diligence and study and learn what this man actually said and what he was trying to say. So here we go. Oh, really quick. Transcendental, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash out.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you, brother, for both of them, the Cash App and the Super Chat. Thank you, bro. So here we go.
Way out. The situation sold as slaves. And here's where he gives him his way out. The situation of this population was altogether unlike that of the Indian race. The latter, it is true, formed no part of the colonial communities and never amalgamated with them in social connections or in government, but all.
That's not true. They did amalgamate in social connections and government. He was bullshitting there. That did happen quite a bit.
Although they were uncivilized.
Then he says, so uncivilized. So the word civilized only meant you are congregated into a body politic. It doesn't mean you're dumb or anything like that. Civil, the word civil means city. So people who are congregated into cities, those were people city. Savage means someone who's in the woods, who just lives in the woods. It doesn't mean you're an animal. So just get these straight. The word civil means city, that you live within an organized group, right? A body politic. And savage only means that you live in the woods. Now, that doesn't mean you don't necessarily have a body politic, because people who live in the woods, they can still have an order, like an internal order to their group. So, but savage only means, the word savage comes from sylvain. It means wood, trees, woods. That's it. So this Indian, again, let's go back.
Was all imported out. The situation of this population was altogether unlike that of the Indian race. The latter, it is true, formed no part of the colonial communities and never amalgamated with them in social connections or in government. But although they were uncivilized, they were yet a free and independent people, associated together in nations or tribes and governed by their own laws. Many of
Did you see? They were a free and independent people governed by their own laws. Did you hear him? He's telling you, hey, look here, bro. Walk out of the court and come back in as that. That's what you need to do. That's what you are. Like, you need to come back in here as who you actually are, not who we told you you were. We told you you were African descent, imported into Africa. We told you that's who you were. Here we go.
of these political communities and governed by their own laws. Many of these political communities were situated in territories to which the white race claimed the ultimate right of dominion. But
really quick, the three-fifths clause of the Constitution was about representation. So they called them 3/5 of a clause so that you didn't get represented. So the slaves were counted, their population was counted, but they were counted as 3/5 of so-called 3/5 of a man, because they didn't want them to get the voting rights. So they didn't actually think that they were 3/5 of a man. That's not what they thought. They was like, yo, if we say that they're equal with us, then they get voting rights. So we can't give them equal with us because we don't want them to vote, but we do want the representation based off of the numbers that they have. So they want their numbers to count for our population, but we don't want them to vote. So that's where the 3/5 came from.
that claim was acknowledged to be subject to the right
let me go back.
And government people associated together in nations or tribes and governed by their own laws.
Governed by their own laws.
Many of these political communities were situated in territories to which the white race claimed the ultimate right of dominion. But
see, he'll call them savages, but at the same time say political communities. Those are oxymorons. Savages don't have political communities. Those are two different things. Two opposite things. Now, as I said, though, the true meaning of savage means in the woods. So you could have a political community as they had the long houses and stuff like that. So a lot of Aboriginals didn't live in cities. They did have political communities. So that necessarily doesn't go along. But the term that savage came to mean was, we know what that means.
Their own laws. Many of these political communities were situated in territories to which the white race claimed the ultimate right of dominion. But that claim was acknowledged to be subject to the right of the Indians to occupy it as long as they thought proper.
So even though the colonists claim right over the land, we know that the Aboriginals had the right over it first. This is what he's saying. Y'all understand? And I can't believe that people think Judge Taney is a piece of shit. This motherfucker is probably one of the dopest judges of all time, and people think he's a piece of shit. He was like, yo, your people was dope as shit. They were in their own governments. Even though the colonists claimed the right over the dominion over the land, we knew that was bullshit. We knew that was absolute bullshit, that you guys had the right to rule over the land until you saw proper. You thought proper. We didn't have anything to do with that.
And neither the English nor colonial governments claimed or exercised any dominion over the tribe or nation by whom it was occupied, nor claimed the right to possession of the territory until the tribe or nation consented or ceded it. These Indian governments,
meaning we didn't touch your land until you guys gave it to us. You sold it to us or you gave it to us outright. It was like, yo, we don't need this part. We don't need this area over here. You guys can have that. That's what ceded means, to give up.
Were regarded and consented or ceded it. These Indian governments were regarded and treated as foreign governments, as much so as if an ocean had separated the red man from the white, and their freedom has constantly been acknowledged from the time of the first immigration to the English colonies to the present day by the different governments which succeeded each other. Treaties have been negotiated with them and their alliance sought for in war, And the people who compose these Indian political communities have always been treated as foreigners not living under our government. Now, why would he go?
You see that? He just broke down how Aboriginals are free, government to government sovereigns, and Africans imported from Africa or Negroes imported from Africa have no status here. Which one do you want to be? Dred Scott, bruh? Which one do you want to be? He went into all that. There's no reason that he would, if he hated black people and he had it in for slaves and all the rest of that, that he would take his time to explain the free society of the Indians. Why would he do that? Because that didn't mean shit to him. That didn't mean shit to Dred Scott. Why would you sit up here and give him a whole diatribe about a whole goddamn Indian sovereignty when he would not, when he wasn't Indian? You would only do that because you know he was Indian and he was coming in under the wrong status. And you were trying to subliminally tell him, get your ass out of here and come back in here under this status. What are you doing? Like, what your ass doing, bro? So, hold on, there's more.
Go that in depth to wave and Africa to the court under instead of the dead. It was because he was trying to show him the status he should have walked into the court under instead of the dead statuses of African, Negro slave, and African slave descended from Africans of pure African blood. The American Indians are indigenous to this continent and have all the sovereign rights of any country in the world. Judge Taney understood this, as well as the fact that most so-called black people who called themselves Africans or descendants of Africans were actually indigenous Americans. And if you change your status when you
look at the Seminoles, these were the ones who were scrapping the Northwest Ordinance. Look at their brothers. Look at these brothers right here. Hey, he look like a straight up Crip today. He look like he would be a straight up killer Crip right now. This dude right here, I don't know about him. He don't look too gangster, but him, he look like, what you got on my lunch? What you got on my lunch, cuz? Straight up. He look like he'll whoop your ass right here. Again, let's go back. It shows you who they are at the bottom.
People who called themselves Africans or
Seminoles. Look at this. Seminole Indian Scouts. Oops. Corporal Fay July and Private William Shields. Late 1890s. The two served, I can't see over my damn words.
Descendants of
the two served as scouts for the army for more
that most so-called black people
for more
called themselves Africans or
more than 20 years. For more than 20 years.
And if you change your status when you walk into this court the next time, there will be a completely different remedy for you, as in the case of the American Indian, who are sovereign with their own government and laws. The legal definition of Negro is a black man, one descended from the African race, and does not commonly include a mulatto. The term Negro also means necessarily a person of color, but not every person of color is a Negro. So as you can see from these legal definitions, Negro means a black man descended from the African race, but there is no definition for the term black man. However, black is a color, and the legal definition of color is an appearance as distinguished from that which is real, an apparent right or deceptive appearance. The word also means the dark color of the skin, showing the presence of Negro blood, and hence is equivalent to African descent or parentage. Now, as you can see from these legal definitions, by calling yourself colored, as in the case of the NAA.
So colored, minor, all of these different terms, but I want to get to
free slaves a somewhat equal footing. Persons are citizens.
Here's the 14th Amendment. So this is the 14th Amendment, and why? So you Native American status, 14th Amendment status. This is your paper genocide, part of your paper genocide.
Is somewhat equal. The 14th Amendment was created to give the newly freed slaves a somewhat equal footing with the established white citizens of the United States because they were discriminated against in society even though they had become free. And as stated, most so-called black people think they get their citizenship from the 14th Amendment, where it states, and I quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Now, reading that on its face, it seems pretty straight.
Tell me that don't look like Tariq Nasheed a little bit. I saw that. I was like, this nigga look like Tariq Nasheed. Y'all, hey, come on. Am I off? Tell me that nigga don't look like Tariq Nasheed. I'm just saying. Somebody that created a goddamn caricature of Tariq. Maybe it's just me. I just think he look like Tariq. I don't know. Y'all let me know.
Forward that the United States is granting anyone under its jurisdiction citizenship and equal protection of the laws across the entire United States. However,
so 14th Amendment locked you up, put you in a subject to status. Subject to, hold on, let me see if I can get.
As I told you before, law documents are written in legalese. Law dictionary to look at the 14th Amendment. You right words didn't use
because that so you don't see rights. All you see is privileges, right? You only see privileges when they didn't leave rights out by accident. Again, this goes back to the 3/5 of a human being. You can't be on the same plane as the colonist citizen. You're a second-class citizen. So you have privileges and you can't vote. And also you know that because right now you're voting, melanated people, you're black people, your voting privileges have to be renewed by certification in America. Did y'all know that? The president can let your voting certification run out and you don't have the right to vote in America no more. Did y'all know that? Barack Obama extended it to 25 years when he was in office. So go look it up. Because whenever Barack Obama signed it, you have 20 years from that time till your voting rights or privileges are up. So rights and freedoms. But then this is what I wanted to get to. So the 1790 census. So look, subject to. Again, you're subject to the United States government. Liable, subordinate, subservient, inferior, obedient to, governed, or affected by. Whereas a true citizen, you run the government. The government in America, United States, gets its power from you. You're not supposed to be subservient to the government, subject to the government. The government is subject to you. However, because you came in as second-class citizens, that put the government over you. It goes citizens, government, then black folks. That's how it was supposed to go. Then government moved over everybody. Now they run you all. Now, I want to get to, these are the corporations that run you. United States of America, Inc. I don't want to show you this whole video. I'm still getting into the paper genocide. A lot of this goes into the corporations, the corporate government. But I want to get to, so this is that's the 14th Amendment thing. Hold on. Get past that because I want you guys to see how they know they owe you in America. Hold on. The government has admitted that they owe you. Let me get into. I want you to see this about the term becoming black. So check this out. Because white is a status.
To any compensation under that status. Today, the term white, according to the U.S. Census, includes people from the Middle East and North Africa, or what they call the MENA groups. which means anybody from Tunisia, Libya, Algeria, Egypt, and Morocco are all classified as white. Now, as we know, most people from these regions have skin tones from lightly melanated to heavily melanated, which just goes to show you that the status of white has nothing to do with your skin tone. It's a status of privilege afforded to those who they think will be productive members of society, thereby increasing the perception and productivity of this constructed racial demographic.
Basically, they create anybody who's white. They'll make anybody white who's not niggas. I mean, American niggas. You're the only people who can become white because they want to strengthen their demographic of white over here. So anybody else can be white, but American niggas. Why? Because you're Aboriginal. You actually own the land. So if you take the top status, then you gain the power. So they can never have you as the top status because top status with link to the land makes you win the game. See how that worked? This is a brother from Egypt.
I'm a black Egyptian. My father is much darker than I am. My mother is lighter than I am. In Egypt, people are identified by the religion first, not the race. So in Egypt, if you are Christian, you are a minority person. But if you're black, you're not a minority person. You are a part of the mainstream society. And I came from this background. And in Egypt, you identify as Arab and as Muslim. And in this country, when I first came, I identified myself as Arab American and Muslim first. And gradually, I became to identify myself as black. I came to the US in 1978, and I became a US citizen in 1985. When I became a US resident, I was told by the Immigration and Naturalization that I am white. And I told them that I'm black, and they said, no, in this country, you are white. All Arabs in this country, all Arab immigrants are white.
White. Anything about him look white to you? They told him, no, you're going to be white. You know why? Because they knew he was going to be a productive part of society. And they want that on their side. Anybody who's going to produce anything of value in society, they want on their side. Anybody going to be a broke ass bitch, they want on the other side. So they knew he was coming from a country where they knew he was going to produce. He's a teacher, articulate, smart, puts into the community. Yo, you white, you with us. He was like, nah, I'm black. This nigga was really fighting to be black over here. Like, nigga, you tripping. You want to be white, nigga. What's wrong with you? He was like, no, nigga, I'm black. Nigga, I'm black. Like, nigga, no, you are white. So I'm not going to spend the whole time on that because I want to show you here. This is slave voyages. This is slave voyages. Now I want you to see. These are all the slaves bought to America. So this is Spain, Uruguay, Portugal, Brazil, Great Britain, Netherlands, the USA. All these are the slaves who were bought to these countries, right? This is the time frames, 1501 to 1525, blah, 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 all the way down, right? USA. None, boom. First slaves you see bought over here, 1626 to 1650, 824. Boom. You keep on going. Bam, bam, bam. None bought the next year. Boom. You keep going down. Then one year we hit in 1801 to 1825. We hit 100 and some thousand. That was the biggest. Bam. That was the biggest jack move to bring slaves over to America. Was 100 and some thousand. Total 300 and I can't see that. 6,326. 306,326 slaves brought from Africa to North America. But how did... So I want y'all to see that, man. Hold on. How did eventually there were 4 million slaves get into America if there were only 306,000 brought over here? But it got to 4 million slaves from 306,000. Were they letting niggas have that many babies as slaves? Hell no. They had to take care of them. You got to feed them babies for at least a good 6-7 years till they can do some shit. They just a burden. A baby is nothing but a goddamn burden on a goddamn plantation owner until they reach an age where they can do something. So you think they would sit there and let niggas have 4 million babies? No, you were already here. They just reclassified your ass from Aboriginal to slave. Again, in the 1790 census, 1790. See how this started? 1790. That's with the first census. They took you from Aboriginal. If you converted to Christianity, if you said you was Christian, they changed your name and converted you to mulatto or slave.
You were already here. When the U.S. Census began in 1790, you were listed as free non-whites. Unfortunately, over the years, through decades of census taking, you were purposefully reclassified as blacks, Negroes, and mulattoes in order to strip you from your birthright to the land. A good movie that shows this is The Gangs of New York with Leonardo DiCaprio. In the DRUSKI case, which has never been overturned by the Supreme Court, Judge Taney stated and asserted all of the freedoms, rights, and characteristics due to sovereign Indian nations with respect to this continent and the U.S. government. And being that this case has never been overturned, it is still what is called positive law and able to be used as a remedy in court. As well,
mulatto, if you were mixed. If you were black mixed with anything, mulatto. You were Indian mixed with anything, mulatto. That's what they would call you, mulatto.
The 14th Amendment, which gives so-called black people their beloved U.S. citizenship, was never actually legally ratified. The unlawfully and illegally ratified 14th Amendment was spoken of.
I'm gonna get to the main things that give you power. So this is the
U.S. government to government.
So here it is. So this is the House Concurrent Resolution 331. This is the important. This is most important. This is the government recognizing your power as Aboriginals in America.
Senate of the United States Concurrent Resolution to acknowledge the contribution of the Iroquois Confederacy of Nations to the development of the United States Constitution, and to reaffirm the continuing government-to-government relationship between Indian tribes and the United States established in the Constitution. Whereas the original framers of the Constitution, including most notably George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, are known to have greatly admired the concepts of the Six Nations of the Iroquois Confederacy. Whereas the confederation of the original 13 colonies into one republic was influenced by the political system developed by the Iroquois Confederacy, as were many of the democratic principles which were incorporated into the Constitution itself. And whereas since the formation of the United States, the Congress has recognized the sovereign status of Indian tribes and has, through the exercise of powers reserved to the federal government in the Commerce Clause of the Constitution, dealt with Indian tribes on a government-to-government basis, and has, through the Treaty Clause of the Constitution, entered into 370 treaties with the Indian
370 treaties
tribal nations. Whereas from the first treaty entered into with an Indian nation, the treaty with the Delaware Indians of September 7th.
That's my people. That's the Lenape. That's my people. What up, baby? My peoples.
1778, the Congress has the treaty with the Delaware Indians of September 17th, 1778. The Congress has assumed a trust responsibility and obligation to Indian tribes and their members.
The government has your shit in trust. Your whole goddamn shit, everything that you had was in trust. It's in trust to the government. They're holding it till you come back in your right status.
Whereas this trust responsibility calls for Congress to exercise the utmost good faith in dealings with Indians, as provided for in the Northwest Ordinance of 1787.
There it is, Northwest Ordinance. It wasn't in the statute. It said deal with the Indians properly, but they didn't do that. It said it in the text, but when they got to moving the Indians off the land, they were like, "Get your bitch ass off the land." They just killed niggas. Or unless you converted to Christianity and changed your name to Toby from Kunta Kinte.
7. One statute number 50. Whereas the judicial system of the United States has consistently recognized and reaffirmed this special relationship. Now, therefore, it be resolved by the House of Representatives, the Senate concurring, that 1. The Congress, on the occasion of the 200th anniversary of the signing of the United States Constitution, acknowledges the contribution made by the Iroquois Confederacy and other Indian nations to the formation and development of the United States.
Again, acknowledges the contribution made by the Iroquois Confederacy and other Indian nations to the formation and development of the United States.
2. The Congress also reaffirms the constitutionally recognized government-to-government relationship with Indian tribes, which has been the
It
cornerstone.
reaffirms the government-to-government relationship, meaning we understand that there is a sovereign-to-sovereign relationship between Aboriginals and our government, and we reaffirm that, meaning we acknowledge that shit today, as we did back then. It's still in today.
Of this nation's official Indian policy. 3. The Congress specifically acknowledges and reaffirms the trust responsibility and obligation of the United States government to Indian tribes, including Alaska Natives, for their preservation, protection, and enhancement, including the provision of health, education, social, and economic assistance programs as necessary, and including
the government just said they owe you, again, they owe you provision of health, education, social, and economic assistance. They owe this to you. Programs is necessary. Yeah, so all these programs, if you wanted to create this within your own system, the government has to help you with these things. If you created your own nation. Keep it going.
The duty to assist tribes programs as necessary, and including the duty to assist tribes in their performance of government responsibility to provide for the social and economic well-being of their members, and to preserve tribal cultural identity and heritage. And 4, the Congress also acknowledges the need to exercise the utmost good faith in upholding its treaties with the various tribes, as the tribes understood them to be.
As the tribes understood them to be. As we perceived them, as we thought them to be when we signed them, not what your shady ass had in the back of your mind when you was trying to trick us. No, you have to adhere to these treaties as we thought them to be, as the Aboriginals believed them to be, not how you was tricking us to be, or, you know, tricking us to believe them to be.
Also, the duty of a great nation to uphold its legal and moral obligations for the benefit of all of its citizens, so that they and their posterity may also continue to enjoy the rights they have enshrined in the United States Constitution from time immemorial.
So the government, that was in 1987, I believe, somewhere around there, where the government acknowledged that, yeah, we owe these niggas. Like, goddamn, we owed it. We, goddamn it, everything we did, everything that we owe, that we are, is because of the Native Americans, and we owe these niggas everything. And if they ever came to us, we have to acknowledge and adhere to the deal we made back then. But if they don't come to us, hey, my nigga, sorry. If you don't come in your right status, and then how do you come in your right status?
The American Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Article 1. The American Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples applies to the indigenous peoples of the Americas. 2. Self-identification as indigenous peoples will be a fundamental criteria for determining to whom this declaration applies. The states will respect the right to such self-identification as indigenous individually or collectively, in keeping with the practices and institutions of each indigenous peoples.
Did you hear that? So you don't even have to go look for your ancestral heritage all down the line and all. You don't got to do none of that shit. If you believe truly that you are Aboriginal, that you have Aboriginal descent, self-identification. You just have to tell them. Again, self-identification as indigenous peoples will be fundamental criteria for determining who this declaration applies. The states shall respect the right to such self-identification as indigenous individually, meaning me by myself, or collectively. If I come in with a group, you got to acknowledge both of us, individually, by myself, or with a group, in keeping with the practices and institutions of indigenous people. So again, so where did the paper genocide come in? So we showed you that they changed you. That was in the census, but it also happened recently as far as Virginia. This was in Virginia. This dude named Walter Plecker in Virginia, he moved to reclassify all Native Americans as mulattoes. There it is. So check this out.
That they are not free Negroes, or that they are not free Negroes or mulattoes, but they are of Indian descent, and that each of them have a certificate separately thereof, particularly for Native Americans. So classified as M or mulatto, these individuals were stripped of their rightful heritage on paper, and there's that they are not free Negroes or mulattoes, but they are of Indian descent, and that each of them have a certificate separately thereof, particularly for Native Americans. So classified as M or mulatto, these individuals were stripped of their rightful heritage on paper, and there's consequences to that. Hi, I'm Danielle Romero. Thank you so much for being with me here on my channel, where we've been digging into American identity, family stories. We're running into some issues with YouTube. I want to give 2 caveats before we jump in. 1, even if this is not your story,
All right, come on, girl.
as an either or, it's
God damn it, get into the story, girl. Shut up.
historical documentation. Would be someone who's basically half Europe, and if you were to look it up, the definition would quite literally be someone who's basically.
Hold on, let me go
I know
back.
that's through time and terminology, particularly with the term mulatto. Now I know that's a lot.
Let me go back. I skipped a little bit. Sorry.
Delving into this Black Indian mulatto thing, we look at it as an either or. It's either this is true or this is true. And I think we need to look at this as a both and. We can have 2 things be true at the same time, and it doesn't negate the other necessarily. So this video might get uncomfortable. Stick with me. And after you share this video and
get to the damn
we're
shit.
going to embark on a journey today through time and terminology.
This is why I have videos.
Mulatto.
I can't stand, man. People get on my damn nerves. They slow talking. Get to the goddamn information. That's why I have videos on 2.5. I watch my videos on 2.5 speed. So this is actually super slow for me.
Now I know that's a loaded term. And a lot of my family has been described as mulatto on census records. And it's often perceived as a label for those who are of European and African descent. And if you were to look it up, the definition would quite literally be someone who's basically half European, half African descent. But historical documentation sometimes contradicts that in our view. It reveals a surprising and very overlooked narrative. This is the application of the designation mulatto to individuals of Native American ancestry. So this isn't just an academic touch.
I'm gonna skip to the guy. So this is like the governor or something of Virginia. She's too slow. If you want to go back, I actually suggest you watch her channel. Copy this channel down. She does a history on how every group became white in America. So she Creole. So she is black, even though she may not look black. She black on her mama's side. I think her daddy's Italian, but so she Creole, and so she got clowned when she was a kid that she was white looking and all that. So she had to dive into her history and found that she was Creole, and then found all these how people became black, how people became white, and all that type of stuff. She does a great deep dive history into how people became white. These classes were not considered white in America. All these Germans and Jews and all the rest of that, they had to sue. They had to go to court to make themselves white. So when you be talking about white people this, white people that, white people this, man, y'all don't understand what you be talking about. These people weren't even considered white until they went to court to be considered white. And so this dude, Walter Plecker in Virginia, he erased all Aboriginal people in Virginia from the records by erasing their Aboriginal heritage and putting them down as mulatto.
Purposefully. And a woman in New Orleans named Naomi Drake did the exact same thing at the same time. She would try to figure out, like, if someone had died, then you were on the list to have your birth certificate changed. And this had far-reaching effects. We're thinking Jim Crow era, Louisiana. And if your birth certificate got changed from white to black, that is going to completely change what's available to you for jobs, for services, for all kinds of stuff. We're talking about hypo-descent. Hypo-descent is just a fancy way of saying the one-drop rule. And so it was just like,
so this is the trickle down of how they erased you from the books. They did this systematically through every state. So this is just the Walter Plecker showing you of Virginia, but they did this in every state. Walter Plecker was just the first one. But if you go back through, all of y'all was Aboriginals and you got reclassified into mulatto, slaves of African descent, all the rest of that. So you have to go back and you have to get your shit back. You have to get it back. Sorry. You got to go back. Again, if you want to know how to do that, go to patreon.com/realnagas and sign up to the to the status class level, and I teach you how to get that back. But the paper genocide of Amaru-Khans is real. The reason I'm getting into this also is because your status is going to be really important when the destruction of the American empire starts to come down. It's happening as we speak. And I know it may sound like mythology and all. No, it's really happening. as we speak, the American empire is falling. And so what will you do when it gets to that point? Are you gonna be sitting around watching it and then be like, oh shit, I better when it happens, oh shit, let me get off the couch, let me do something? No, get ready. Again, stay ready. You ain't got to get ready. Sugar free. So moving along. I know that was pretty long, but I had to dive into that. Because the main way at the end of the time, the main way they truly brought you in and took away your status, your sovereignty, was the Citizenship Act of 1824. So completely taking away your status, your sovereignty, was integrating you into the United States government, just like they did melanated people with the civil rights movement. But the Citizenship Act of 1924 is what integrated Aboriginals into the American government, and that completed the taking away of our status and our connection to the land. And that's when we lost all the oil. That's really what it was. We lost all of the rights to the oil in America. That's what that was about. America had more oil than anybody in the world, and we lost all the rights to it. And that's in that movie I told you guys about a couple months ago with the black girl who sold her land and had oil on the land and all that shit. So moving along, no Skittle news this week. I had some Skittle news, but we're getting into the weeds. So I'm gonna skip on because I got a few things in nigga news that we got to get to. So I'm gonna skip over the Skittle news this week. Let me see. I'm gonna have to skip over a lot of the science and the weird too, because I have some stuff in nigga news that we got to go over. But so I'll just give you the rundown real quick. Science and the weird. They found a second Sphinx detected under the actual Sphinx. Hold on. Damn it. So check it out.
Do you want to be food or do you want freedom?
God damn these commercials. I don't do commercials. All right, here we go.
Something very underneath the Giza Plateau, there is something very huge that we are measuring. There is an underground mega structure where there are these shafts that we are observing can be the entrance of the mega structures that are located below the Giza Plateau. We scanned the first Sphinx, all the pyramids, the conjunction between the Sphinx and the Khafre pyramid, and we found vertical shafts, horizontal passages.
Yo, vertical shaft, original passes. Hold on. So a second Sphinx detected in Egypt as scans hit an underground megastructure. So check it out. This is the structure they're trying to show you right here. Preliminary scans captured a structure appear to mirror the Great Sphinx. Researchers believe a second Sphinx is hiding below the sands not too far from the iconic structure. Look at this shit. Oops. Oh, come on.
We've got a major announcement that you're making on this podcast for what you believe to be a second Sphinx.
Robert Duval told us that could be a second Sphinx. Why? Because there is the dream stele. Symmetrical correlations, like the symmetry that we saw observing.
Look at that. As above, so below. Did you guys see that? That's as above, so below. Right there.
Symmetrical correlations.
Mirror. Of course, it would be mirrored. If their science, one of their main sciences, is as above, so below. Of course, they would make two. Look at that. So there's a whole Giza plateau under the main one. So again, as above, so below. They made a whole Giza plateau below the main one on top. God damn, that is the true embodiment of as above, so below. We have a city above and a city below. God damn. So go check out this story. We were out here mashing. And they just now finding out our stuff. Now, they knew this before. I believe they knew this before. And they just now telling us. But goddamn. So, still in the science of the weird. Damn. Man, I got so much in the science and the weird. I can't tell you all that we went kind of long on the Aboriginal, the paper genocide. But bam. So it comes out in the Epstein files about the Courtney Love. I was telling you guys about that. Actually, since I told you about that, we can skip that story. I'll tell you, we'll see that again. But basically, the story is Courtney Love. I told you about how Courtney Love, she got Kurt Cobain to go to a she was at a dinner and fed that nigga a roasted baby arm. And then he was like, yo, this is a baby arm. And she was like, no, you're tripping, you're high, because trying to say that he was, he got fucked up on the drugs or whatever, and he was just tripping. He was like, nah, bitch, this is a baby arm, bitch. And he was like, I ain't about to eat no goddamn baby arm. Fuck this. And she was like, no, you're tripping, babe, blah, blah, blah. Come to find out, Courtney Love was in MK Ultra as a kid. Her father got her into MK Ultra. She was a handler. She was a honeypot handler in MK Ultra. And she was put into the music industry on purpose to give them mind-altering drugs, to disperse the mind-altering drugs throughout the music industry. That's what she did. She honeypotted all of them. Straight CIA agent. Yo, man, God damn it. I got me. Hold on. Let me show you a little bit of this. This is crazy. It's a little nuts. You might have to see a little bit of this. Hold on. This is a little nuts.
Proving Kurt Cobain uglier. Courtney Love's month from hell just hit rock bottom, and it's only getting uglier. First, a peer-reviewed forensic bombshell drops, proving Kurt Cobain could not have pulled the trigger on himself. The scene screams homicide, not suicide. Then, her own father steps out of the shadows and drops a nuclear allegation. She was tied to the disappearance of hundreds of girls, trafficked straight into Epstein's web, and never seen alive again. Now, Seattle...
She worked for Epstein. She knew and worked for Epstein. Yo.
The insiders are pushing to reopen the case as homicide and cannibalism, but they're hitting a roadblock. They found out Courtney Love is CIA. Sound familiar? This reeks of the Erica Kirk playbook. Widow inherits the empire, the power, the fortune.
So she's a Erica Kirk way a long time ago. They've been doing this forever. Erica Kirk is the new Courtney Love. But we're in the apocalypse right now, the unveiling, the uncovering. So what would have gone secret back in the day for 20 or 30 years, we found out immediately. We're in that energy right now. You can't hide shit today. So boom, it comes out that she's one of them.
Of a husband's suspicious death gets buried from above. No wonder Courtney Love is panicking and attempting to misdirect Candace Owens. The patterns don't lie. Buckle up. This conspiracy just cracks wide open. Before we dive in, did you know?
So apparently, because we can't watch this whole thing because you got to go watch it. But apparently, she sent a bunch of stuff to Candace Owens a long time ago about her whole life and how she was a MIA, she was MK Ultra and all that. And Candace Owens wasn't into conspiracy stuff back then. Not really. She was into the George Floyd, that type of stuff. So she didn't understand none of it. So she said she put it to the side and was like, yo, I don't really understand most of this stuff. So, but she kept it. And then when she got into conspiracy shit, she looked back into it. She was like, holy shit, this bitch. Candace was like, God damn, bitch. So Candace really found out. So that's kind of what happened.
Israel has quietly, deceitfully seized control of the world's most popular VPNs. Nord, Surfshark, PIA, ExpressVPN, they're all compromised. As for Proton VPN, they're funded by the World Economic Forum. In 2026, privacy is a matter of life and death. There's only one VPN.
Oh, come on.
Kurt Cobain wasn't just another member of the Rockstar 27 Club. He had no idea that his wife was socializing with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And he had no idea that his wife was his CIA handler. Just like Charlie Kirk, Kurt Cobain's life was infiltrated by powerful forces. In both cases, the shadowy elite used a honeypot, a woman groomed since childhood for exactly this role. And just like Charlie Kirk, Cobain's widow inherited the fortune, the influence, the empire. Then she moved on fast, leaving him dead and forgotten, and the victim of a shocking cover-up. But now forensic investigators have proven the Cobain crime scene was not just suspicious. The suicide narrative was forensically impossible. And key members of Seattle police are working to reopen the case. Here's Asa Park.
There's a couple key things that should have set off red flags to the police.
They say that there are 4 main factors that are very questionable. At least those.
So they're getting into that, but hold on. I want to get to the part about so this is the Epstein stuff.
Roadblocks standing inside in the months before his death. Forensic learned that the handwritten suicide note was not written by Kurt. It was written by somebody else.
So they get into the I can't remember where the baby eating part of it was. Is this it? So you got to get it because the father comes out and they talk about how the father was the one who linked her up, but she was a baby. She was a kid. He put her into the whole thing. So it's a pattern that these parents are the ones who put their kids in this shit, make some honeypots, like Erica Kirk's mom. Erica Kirk's mom was the one who put her in the shit. So, goddamn. But then I had to tell you this. So, man, we're living in the biggest psyop of all time. We're living in the biggest. It's all starting to come out. Kurt Cobain. Then it came out that Ashton Kutcher had taken out that girl. Ashton Kutcher took out the girl from what's her name? The girl who was in what's her name? That girl was in what was that movie with the pretty black girl? What's her name? Dame Dash cousin, Stacey Dash. Clueless. So she was in the movie Clueless. I forgot that girl's name, but she died. That girl died. She was in the movie Clueless. She was a pretty little white girl. She was in, I forgot her name, but Brittany Murphy. Thank you. Goddamn. It's right here. I'm not even looking at the goddamn chat. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Brittany Murphy. So comes out that Ashton Kutcher allegedly took her out. So she had supposedly was taken out by pneumonia, right? Same thing with P. Diddy's woman. Had died of pneumonia. And P. Diddy and Ashton Kutcher was like that. And apparently some about the doctor the story that I can't show you. Man, I was on there was so much shit going on this week. I saw that story. I couldn't really put it in here. But apparently the doctor, they knew this doctor. they had a doctor in common that would do some stuff like this. So the story is Ashton Kutcher, he was still tapping Brittany Murphy when he was married to Demi Moore. So he was at Brittany Murphy's house one night and she was married. So both of them married, but they tapping, right? So something went down and he took her out. He killed her. Like or incapacitated her or something like that. I don't think he killed her, but I think something happened. Like she was unconscious or something like that. And he called the dude who was on that 70s show, the dude with the curly hair who in jail now, the dude who got convicted of trafficking or, pedo or whatever. So then Ashton Kutcher, if you remember, Ashton Kutcher and his wife came out and wrote a character letter for him before he went to jail. And so everybody, when, he was getting backlash. Why are you, Danny Masterson, that's his name. So he's like, why are you writing positive letters, character letters for Danny Masterson? And then Ashton Kutcher had to come out with his girl and was like, yo, we're sorry. We're just thinking about the guy who he was when we knew him. He was our friend. We don't know anything else about the other stuff that he did. We were just writing a letter for our friend, blah, 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 right? So then it came out, though, that the dude he called when he was with Brittany Murphy and she went unconscious was the Masterson nigga, was the Danny Masterson dude. And he was on the phone with him for like an hour. And then apparently it all got cleaned up. And then she was just found dead of pneumonia. Apparently. So the reason he came out with the good letter, the character letter, he owed that nigga. He's like, nigga, you owe me, nigga. You remember when Brittany was taken out, nigga, you owe me. So holy shit, man. This is going crazy. Bobby in Houston, yeah, Bobby and Whitney, yeah. Oh man, it's so much shit. It's so much shit going on right now. So moving along, because I still got to get the nigga news. Nigga news is where my I got to get the nigga news. One last story in the science and the weird though. We got to show you this. Oops. One last, where is it? Oh, here it is. All right. So here we go. So check this out. So apparently, after Trump said that he was going to release the UFO stuff, people who were involved with UFO information have been dying. Is that a coincidence? I think it is. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I think it's just a coincidence, guys. Here we go.
Fireball. People are recording from Houston to Dayton. They aren't space rocks. They are burning remains of a project that outlived its creators.
Police are searching for a retired Air Force general who vanished in New Mexico. William McCaslin went missing last month. Members of Congress are warning this could be a national security issue. The general was involved with the Pentagon's most advanced aerospace research. He oversaw a classified space weapons program. McCaslin was in charge of the Air Force Research Lab at a base in Ohio. It's rumored that base holds extraterrestrial debris from the Roswell crash site. The general was tied in with the UFO community. A source told the New York Post the general was a gatekeeper for anything UFO related in the Air Force.
What? Hold up. Man, you said the same thing. What? Jaguar? What? Yep. The general who knew most about alien technology came up missing. Huh.
Of course. He retired due to mental fog, but investigators say he's still highly intelligent and capable. McCaslin was an avid hiker. His wife last saw him leaving with a backpack and a .38 revolver. No phone, no glasses. He disappeared 6 days right after Trump announced he was releasing the UFO files.
Is that a coincidence? I think it's a coincidence, guys. I think it's a coincidence. I don't know what you think. I think it's a coincidence. A coincidence.
And he's not the only one. He disappeared 6 days right after Trump announced he was releasing the UFO files. And he's not the only one. 8 months before the general vanished, a rocket scientist who worked under him years ago also went missing. She was hiking in California with 2 other people. They saw her smiling and waving 30 feet behind them. When they turned back again, she was gone.
Yo, she was hiking, waved at her. They turned around and turned back, and she was gone. Just 30 feet away. Not 30 yards, 30 feet away. She just vanished. What the fuck?
Vanished in plain sight. They searched for days and couldn't find any trace of her. This is a very, very strange situation.
Now, if a woman is 30 feet away from you and you turn around and she's gone, you're gonna find something of her. You're gonna find a trail, a track, something, blood, something. They didn't find a trace of this girl. Like she went through a wormhole. Like they came through and grabbed her and pulled her through a wormhole or portal.
And 11 days before the general disappeared, another scientist was shot dead on his porch. Carl Grillmar was known for discovering signs of water on a distant planet. He was gunned down in California. Freddie Snyder was later charged with his murder. He has a rap sheet, but was let out of jail by a Newsom-appointed judge weeks before he allegedly killed the scientist. We still don't know his motive.
So the killer was let out of jail with a rap sheet weeks before he killed this dude. Now, again, that's another scientist, UFO scientist that come up missing or dead.
We don't know if these cases are even connected, but this many top scientists getting killed or going missing in just under a year looks like a major red flag.
On February 27, Mayor General William Neal McCaslin.
Yo. And then there was a dude from the Montauk Project that said he was a time traveler. He'd been through the time travel shit. He said he's been through the time travel shit. Check this out.
Oops. Missing in just under a year looks like a major red flag.
On February 27, Major General William Neal McCaslin, the 7th commander of the Air Force Research Laboratory, vanished from his home. And exactly 24 hours later, it was the launch of Operation Epic Fury in Iran. This wasn't a random disappearance. McCaslin is an MIT-trained PhD who ran the Air Force Research Laboratory at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. In 1997, the Department of Energy banned a textbook chapter he wrote called Heated Antennas because it's classified physics for plasma propulsion. They were never meant for a high-stress environment. They were experimental assets designed for short tests, not a real war. Operation Epic Fury forced these 30-year-old aerospace platforms into the sky for days at a time to blind the enemy radar. But the hardware has an expiration date. McCaslin's colleague at the lab, a material expert named Monica Hacin-Torresa, she was the auditor, who knew that the heat shielding on these special access assets were failing. She was removed first. McCaslin was next. Based on his tweets, he knew this war was coming. He knew our platforms weren't ready. On February 27, the general realized the recovery units were moving in. He left his phone and his glasses. He grabbed his wallet and his .38 caliber revolver and vanished. He was finishing a 3-volume technical manual for these failing platforms. A recall notice they couldn't let him publish. The second he vanished, his X account, TMB spaceships, disappeared, went dark forever. On February 27, Mayor General...
know the Project Montauk occurred. So basically they're saying that homeboy knew something about some type of space technology that they were getting ready to use for Trump's war, and he knew that the technology wasn't ready to be used in the war, and so they didn't want him to whistleblow that, and so that's why they took him out. That's what she's saying. But this dude right here, this is the Montauk Project dude that said he's a time traveler. Now check him out.
And my public revelations are not antagonistic in any way. The Montauk Chair exists. I took about 100 probes to my personal future in between 1969 and 72, which for me was the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. And many of those life events that I pre-experienced in the Montauk Chair have in fact now occurred, now that I'm 50 years old. When I was placed in the Montauk Chair as a child, of course we have Dr. David Anderson's statement in 2002 on Coast to Coast AM that the Montauk Chair went national in spring of 1970 and involved thousands of American school children. So I was one of those school children, and all that I
and look, before he finishes up, like, look,
he was one of those children. He was one of those children in the Montauk Chair.
Stop thinking acceptable. Not
shut up. Quiet, Dre. Quiet, Dre.
Just let me.
Having a kind of a pre-visit.
I got something for y'all.
Experience in the Montauk Chair was simply having a kind of a pre-visit of a future event. You would actually go there, and we weren't seeing ourselves doing things in the future. We were doing it as you would perceive ordinary reality. And then you fall asleep or pass out and find yourself back in the chair.
Are we existing in all these timelines, or we just go over to a timeline that we are more harmonic with?
Well, I only share what I know. And what I know is that when I was accessing alternate timelines on Project Faces, of course, we live in a quantum hologram of multiple adjacent alternate timelines, some of which are similar to the timeline that we find ourselves, and some of which are very dissimilar. Much depends on the perspective of the recipient.
the multiverse. This is the multiverse, or the movie, the one with Jet Li. There's a whole bunch of yous on a whole different planes doing a whole bunch of different stuff. You are a doctor, you are a trainer, you are a post office worker, you may be president. All of these different, you have a whole bunch of yous in a whole bunch of different universes. And he's saying he's seen that shit. He's seen his other self, his other him. Watch this.
Relative to different event scenarios going on different timelines. What I can say relative to the question of whether we find alternate versions of ourselves on the other timelines, in other words, if they exist as permanent elements of the other timelines, is this. And that is, I was sent about 5 or 6 times to the site of the Assassination of Abraham Lincoln in Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. on the evening of April 14th, 1865. Those time probes were undertaken by a chronovisor, the chronovisor that was located on the symphony orchestra-sized stage that exists in the gymnasium at the Cerrillos Cultural Center in Cerrillos, New Mexico. And these probes took place in the summer of 1971. It was a child on the project. And during each of those probes, because the chronovisor they later found was accessing alternate timelines, it was somewhat unreliable to establish to an historical and a scientific certainty what had happened at the particular moment of the timeline that we're on, the timeline that was sending children back in time via chronovision in that way, that form of time travel. And what they found is that every time they sent me to the same event, the event changed a little bit. And on one of those probes, I saw myself in the lobby of the theater over on the right and thought I was looking, well, it wasn't really the lobby, it was sort of towards the back of the lobby where people would walk along to avoid just traipsing through the lobby. And so there was a wall behind myself, and I thought that it was a mirror. In other words, I was walking along and I thought, oh, I'm seeing myself in a mirror. But then I verged over to the right, such as an image on a mirror wouldn't do. It wasn't me in a mirror, it was me accessing the same timeline from a later probe by a chronovisor back to that night. And then during my 5th or 6th probe, I then had that experience and saw myself over on the left. So I think we can infer from that.
So he was doing this, and it's basically like, you ever see Back to the Future? Remember Back to the Future? And remember when Marty McFly, he thought, all right, let me punch the time code in a little bit earlier, a little bit sooner, so I can get back and save Doc. He wanted to save Doc Brown from getting shot up by the Libyans. See how they was just fucking indoctrinating you with all the goddamn Muslim hate back then and shit. But the Libyans, he was coming, the Libyans. So he put the time machine a little ahead, right? So he can get there to warn them. When he got back, he saw himself going through the shit that he went through before to get to the future. He saw himself jumping into the vent and jumping into the DeLorean, running from the Libyans, and then boom, taking off. That's what he's saying. He got to the timeline, and when he got there, he saw himself doing the shit that he was doing. He was the Michael J. Fly, he was the Marty McFly in the shit. And then he said every time, but when he did it though, it changed. Why did that happen? Because again, the particle wave, when you are not focused on your experience, it's a wave of possibility. But when you focus, it becomes the particle. All right, boom. What do you want? You're looking at me. What do you want? What are we doing? Are you not looking at me? Boom. I'm a wave of possibilities again. But when you focus on me, all right, you got to deposit. What are we doing? Again, the wave particle shit. Goddamn, man. And he experienced it in the timeline.
That experience probe, I then had that experience and saw myself over on the left. So I think we can infer from that experience that in the same way.
And I definitely think Trump is a time traveler because of this. I think if America comes out of this unscathed, Trump's a time traveler. If America comes through this goddamn Iran war shit and the empire doesn't fall, Trump is a goddamn time traveler. Because there's no way you would do this if you didn't know what the fuck was going to happen, because the implications of what would happen is the destruction of the world if you do this. So the only way you would do this, knowing that the possibility or the probability of me destroying the world is extremely high, is the fact that I know that it's not going to happen. The fact I know it's not going to happen. Why? Because I've seen the future and I know that it's not going to happen if I do this. If this don't result in the destruction of America, empire anyway, not just full America, but the destruction of the American empire, Trump is a time traveler, straight up.
that we occupy our primary timeline, what I call our alpha timeline, there is also a version of us that exists and is doing things in the alternate timelines that we can access if we're accessing parts of the quantum.
I didn't say the Libyans. I said Libyans from Libya. The Libyans. Goddamn, y'all.
Hologram that overlap our experience. In other words, all of us is born, lives for a number of decades, if we're blessed with life of years, and then we die. So I certainly wasn't running into myself to just one arbitrary place in the past that I was sent. For example, I was sent to Holland in around 1800, and this Dutch farm woman helped me out of this irrigation ditch and into her house and served me.
He was sent to 1800 Holland. This nigga's time traveling.
This farm woman helped me out of this irrigation ditch and into her house and served me this leek and onion soup, and then virtually everybody in the village came into her barn-like house. And so by implication, I think that may indicate that when we, let's say, for example, we visited our life 20 years in the past, we could theoretically, if we went to where we were on a given day and hour and minute of that past, we would find a 20-year younger version of ourselves. Yes.
Sorry, you said there's another satellite? Yes. It was a very simple.
Yo. Yo. Time travel is real. Time travel is real, goddammit. My computer's running out of power. All right. So last thing I got is nigga news. I don't know if we'll be able to get through all the nigga news because my computer's out of power. But let's see how much nigga news we can get through. So in nigga news, niggas is partying like crazy, and HIV rates then went off the chain. Let me see if I can find this video. And I know I just watched it. Where did it go? We just watched it. All right. So hold on, guys. Come on, man. What are you doing? All right. So this is spring break in Florida. This is just in Florida, if I can find it. So this is spring break in Florida.
So you ready? So what we want to follow up on what occurred last weekend and where we're headed. And what I want to say is, you know, my staff work.
So this is a sheriff in Florida letting melanated people know we're not fucking with y'all. This is the YNs and the black fatigue and all the rest of that. They letting the melanated people know we're not fucking with y'all. You come through here running through shit, and this is what we're doing.
Very closely with Senator Wright in 2022 to pass a special event zone. And we have used that probably a half a dozen times, mostly for truck events. And we didn't use it at all in 2025. And the reason we weren't able to use it in 2025 is my staff, the folks that work in the real-time crime center, both Daytona Beach and our folks, they were able to identify promoters, send them cease and desist letters, and make contact with them, telling them that if you promote an unsanctioned event, you are responsible financially for all the costs that we incur. And that worked. Well, in January this year, my folks in the real-time crime center, my special events coordinator in Daytona Beach, they identified a handful of these promoters. And they sent them registered letters, including two that went out last night that we're going to talk about, that basically says what the law is. If you promote an unsanctioned event and we incur costs of police, fire, EMS, and trash cleanup, you are responsible for the cost of that event. They have gone unanswered. So now what I would like to do with you here is put them on notice to the world that you are being noticed, that if an event pops up here this weekend, and we're going to name some people here, I'm coming after your Tesla first, and then we're going after the rest of your money to pay for this thing. Now that's great. That's what's up. That's what's up. He was like, yo, because melanated people come to these damn towns, these towns, and they rip them up, no permits, come on there and get crazy as shit, and then rip the town up and then leave, and everything is messed up. The town is millions and millions of dollars,
in damage and stuff like that. So this dude's like, yo, you come here, we're gonna target the promoter, and then whatever damage happens, you got to pay for that. You're liable for the damage. And all the promoters start shutting down their shit. All the promoters in that town, they started shutting down. They were like, fuck that shit. But then in apparently though, they were still getting it off because HIV rates have been going nuts. The HIV has been going nuts in the young hood, which is insane. So these little young cats, this is what I'm saying, man. This the melanated population, our melanated population is going down, y'all. It is insane. Hold up. So check this out.
I'm HIV positive, you feel me? I ain't 26 years old, but guess what? I refuse to give the fuck up, you hear me? I refuse to give up, man. You shouldn't give up, man.
They're out there wilding so much, just doing whatever. They don't care. Dude, the youth is on a fucking, on a hypersonic missile nigga to hell right now. Especially the melanated youth.
It's not a death sentence, man. I'm HIV positive, but I would never give up. And I don't want you to give up. If you give up, that means you giving up on all of us. Because you're not fighting this alone. You're not fighting this alone.
All right, story time on how I got AIDS the same day that my mom died. Now, I wasn't even going to come on here and talk about this because it was a little bit personal, it was a little bit hard, but I feel like somebody, you know, could maybe relate to it and find some type of security in it. So on December 22nd, yeah, you see that? You see that? That's how easily motherfuckers can get on here and lie to you, right? Now, what's important is y'all need to keep brushing your teeth because there's no reason why y'all growing ages walking around with stank breath.
But how did I get it? It's quite a boring answer, to be honest with you. I had sex. I had unprotected sex with a person that I was dating at the time. They were clearly positive. I'm not positive. Here we are. I've gone into this in more detail in a few of the videos, but this was like quite a while back and I can't remember which one it is. So if you want to know more about how I got it.
So what they're saying, so really quick, what they're saying is, so this is just a white girl right here, but most of this is about black people. This is mostly in the black hood. So look, this is all black people. This is mostly black people and Hispanic people because of they be wilding. They be out here on these spring breaks and all that type of stuff getting tapped. Now, why is the rate rising though? This has been happening. I say it's because the cupcake. All of this stuff has been coming out now. Again, we're hitting a point to where I said this a few years ago. I said you're not going to really start seeing what happens with the cupcake until about 5 years from now. That's when it's going to really take hold of people's bodies and people are going to start allegedly checking out. You got to say allegedly. And here we are. This is where we are. Because not only if you didn't take it though, if you out here tapping constantly, you're spreading it. It's called shedding. So they didn't need you to take it. All they needed you to do was go tap another body, tap this person, tap that person, tap this person, tap that person, and you spreading it. So the youth is on a hypersonic missile to hell on a handbasket. I don't know what the hell we can do for these little niggas, but we need to do something. Because Houston apparently though is the new spot where they trying to take over, and Houston was like, "Yeah, don't bring y'all asses to Texas. That's the new spring break. That's the new spring break spot." And they was like, "Fuck that shit. Don't come your ass out here." So So moving along. So check this out. This is one of the craziest stories. I don't know what this is in nigga news. It has to be in nigga news because a black dude got killed. But this is the weirdest story I ever seen. We shouldn't be laughing at this story. This is not a laughing story. It really isn't. But I can't. Let me see. You be the judge. So apparently a white dude with no arms and no legs shot his black homeboy in the head in the car. How does a dude with no arms and no legs get to drop on a nigga with arms and legs? What the I don't even want to laugh because that dude dead. So it ain't funny. It's not funny. But goddamn, how the hell you let a goddamn a legless, armless little doll, a teddy bear, get the drop on you? That's crazy. Look at this nigga.
Get your phone.
How you pulling this trigger with no fingers? What is that?
With no hands, no feet, no arms and legs. Only thing that this evil human being finds to do is to shoot guns. This is Dayton Weber, the quadruple amputee who just over the weekend killed this man, Bradrick Michael Wells, 27-year-old father, after a quote-unquote argument in the car. Peace and blessings, all praises due to the Most High. It's another incident of pure evil by this murderous individual, but also it's seemingly the celebratory championing of this murderer while covering the news story.
How you got to do get the drop on you with no hands?
A gun, and I want you to listen to these news articles and see if they are talking about.
Yo, people, let me know how you let a dude get the drop on you with no hands. He got no hands. How does a nigga with no hands get a drop on a nigga with hands? I don't get it. He said, make it make sense. Make it make sense. I can't. That's why I put it in here as a story.
About a murderer or someone who just accomplished a great feat. Just listen.
A quadruple amputee is accused of shooting and killing a front seat passenger while driving in Maryland. Yeah, Dayton James Weber, who's a professional cornhole player, allegedly shot Bradrick Michael Wells during an argument on Sunday night. New at 5:30, Alexis Wainwright at our DC sister station has the story.
Tonight, new video emerging from YouTube of Dayton Weber, a quadruple amputee shooting a handgun. Weber is facing several charges, including first and second degree murder. The 27-year-old of La Plata is well known in the game of cornhole. He has garnered national attention for his skill-winning professional tournaments as a quadruple amputee. He lost his limbs as a child due to a serious infection. You can see these pictures of him from his Facebook and Instagram account.
I don't know. Cornhole means something completely different in the hood. I don't know what the hell they mean, but cornhole in the hood is something completely different.
And now the Charles County Sheriff's Office is working to piece together how a ride with friends turned into a deadly shooting over the weekend.
The information we have at this point is that all of the occupants of the vehicle are acquaintances and friends.
The Charles County Sheriff's Office says La Plata police were flagged down by two people along La Plata Road and Radio Station Road Sunday night. Officials say a witness told investigators they were sitting in the backseat of the car when the driver, identified as Weber, shot and killed 27-year-old Bradrick Michael Wells, who was in the front passenger seat.
The driver and the front seat passenger were apparently engaged in an argument, but I'm not sure what about.
Police say Weber later pulled over in this area of Radio Station Road and asked the two people in the backseat to help him remove Wells from the car, but they refused. Investigators say Weber then drove off with Wells still in the car.
About 2 hours later, a resident living off of Newport Church Road in Charlotte Hall called 911 to say that
the nigga with no arms and no legs was driving. He was the nigga driving, not the nigga. The nigga wasn't driving. It was the it was the whatever the hell that is. He was driving.
they saw what appeared to be a body lying in somebody's yard.
Police later confirmed that the victim was Wells. Weber was eventually located at a nearby hospital in Charlottesville, Virginia, where he was arrested.
His abilities, his capabilities are well documented on the internet, and all you have to do is look at that.
Weber is now waiting extradition from Virginia back here to Charles County. In the meantime, police are asking anyone with additional information to come forward. In Charles County, Alexis Wainwright, WUSA 9.
All right, I'm going to show you another.
Now, you can watch the story. You can go to Tyler House Publishing. So Tyler House Publishing, if you don't know Tyler House Publishing, he's dedicated his channel to finding out all the atrocities white people commit against black folks, trying to balance it out, because all you see on mainstream media is black people or young YNs or black fatigue always doing stuff to white folks. So he's flipped it, and his channel is dedicated to showing how white people commit atrocities towards black people. So that's what he is. So you can go watch. You can watch his channel, Tyler House Publishing, of the chain. But so the dude, real quick, just to give you into the story, after he shot the brother, the people in the back, he told them to help him. He said, "Help me hide the body." They was like, "Nigga, fuck that." They said, "Nigga, we out. This is when we get off the ship, bruh." They got out the car, was like, "Nigga, you on your own, bruh." So he drove and then found a meadow and pulled the dude out the car. How a nigga with no legs and no arms pull a grown-ass man with legs and arms out of the car by himself? What the fuck we do? What the fuck is going on? He pulled that nigga out the car by himself. God damn. That's crazy as shit, man. How you pull a nigga out the car by yourself? With no arms and no legs. Wait, how, Sway? How? Where's Kanye when you need him? How, Sway? How? How, Sway? Nigga, where's Kanye? Where Yeezy at? God damn it. This is hey, man, this shit don't make no goddamn sense whatsoever. Goddamn. And then last thing, moving along. Last thing I got. Let me see if I can find this part. If I can find this. Hold on. Damn. Hold on. See if I can find this. All right. Hold on, y'all. I gotta put this in here properly. All right, so check this out. I found this on Twitter. I'm not on Twitter, but it came across my news feed as they focal pointed it from Twitter. So let me see if I can show you guys. So check this out. There we go. So they say gunpowder was invented in China, right? Now, let me see. Hold on. They say gunpowder was invented. Hold on real quick. I'm going to see if I can share some other things on my it won't let me share. If I share a window, you guys can't hear me. Damn. Damn it, man. So I'm trying to show you guys some pictures that I have, but I don't have them. They have to be online for you to share it. And god damn, man. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, y'all. I think I may have it. Let's see. Oops. All right. There we go. Okay. You guys can see that? So I'm going to do the story first. I got to show you the story first, though. So here. So check this out. So this is a story that said Chinese people invented gunpowder, right? So gunpowder was invented in China during the Shang dynasty. And that's not Tang, like the drink. That's Shang or Zhang dynasty. Around 9th century AD, and stands as one of the country's most consequential contributions to the world. Its origins were entirely accidental, born from the experiments of Taoist alchemist. Again, alchemy, where does that come from? That comes from Kemet. Alchemy, dealing with the science of darkness, blackness, right? Searching for an elixir of immortality rather than a weapon of war. As early as 142 AD, the alchemist Wei Boyang described a substance with gunpowder-like properties in his Taoist text, noting that a mixture of 3 powders would fly and dance violently. The Jin dynasty philosopher Ji Hong recorded the core ingredients around 300 AD, experimenting with heated saltpeter, pine resin, and charcoal. Again, that's carbon. Again, science of the alchemy is the science of carbon. Trying to find the electron of carbon. And if you find the electron of carbon, you can manipulate it to anything you want. It says by 492 AD, Taoist alchemists, this is around the times of the Moors. By 492 AD, Taoist alchemists had identified that saltpeter burns with a distinctive purple flame, allowing them to begin purifying the substance more reliably. The first confirmed written formula for gunpowder appeared in 808 AD in the Taoist text, describing a combination of sulfur, saltpeter, and birthwort herb. So again, this is all about China, right? Now, real quick, I want to show you. This is China. This is ancient China. This is a picture of the wall of the Shaolin Temple in China. So again, this is China. Shaolin Temple. This is ancient. This is the ancient Shaolin monks of China. What do you guys notice about the Shaolin monks of China? Little dusty, ain't they? Little dust on the wall there, maybe. Maybe they're a little dusty. I don't know. Maybe that's a little dust on the walls here. Not him right here. He a little light skinned, but my brother right here, right here, right here, right here, right here. Yeah, you might think. So again, when they keep talking about gunpowder, and it came from China, who was the forefathers of China? That would be these people. But not only that, they would try to tell you in the movies. Hold on, they were trying to tell you within the movies. Let me pull this up. They showed you this in the movies. Hold up, where's my movie? There it is. Bam. So check this out. They showed you this in the movies. This is Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, with Morgan Freeman as the mole.
Truly, you are a wizard. The mystery is in the black powder.
Oh, the MOOR with the black powder.
What was that? Truly, you are a wizard. The mystery is in the black powder. Surely the Lord will grant us victory.
Bam. The mystery is in the black powder. Yo, spread wealth. Appreciate you. This Wu-Tang was trying to tell us the whole time. Yep. Wu-Tang was trying to tell us the whole goddamn time. So the mystery is in the black powder. But then in Game of Thrones, which is the symbolism story, the symbolic story of the Christians defeating the Moors, the orcs are the Moors in that story. So let me show you. Hold on, let me go back. The orcs are the Moors in that story. And how did the orcs take down the Twin Towers? Anybody remembers part 2 of the Lord of the Rings, the Twin Towers? How did the Moors take down the tower? Legolas trying to take his ass out. Legolas or Aragorn don't know what that shit is, but he like, hey, get that nigga. He like, get that nigga. He about to do something. Get his ass. And Legolas is on him. I don't know how Legolas missed. Legolas is the G of all G's. Legolas hitting him too. He just wouldn't go down. Legolas hitting him, boy. He ain't going down. Gunpowder. In the movie, they had loaded this area, the tunnel, with a bunch of gunpowder. Unbeknownst to the, and it was unknown and unbeknownst to the king. They didn't know what that shit was. But the orcs knew what it was. How did the orcs know what gunpowder was? Again, this is the Moors. The orcs represent the Moors in the movie. So gunpowder, not invented by slanty Chinese. It might have been by pale slanty Chinese. It might be invented by some dark-skinned slanty Chinese, because you know you got those the people over in China. What's them cats called that live in China, in the woods in China? The starts with an N. The Negritos. You ever seen the Negritos over in China? The real Chinese, the real people who populated China. Hold on, let me see if I can find the Negritos real quick. Let me see if I can pull up if that's it. Negritos are a diverse indigenous group in Southeast Asia. Please look. Bam. These are the Negritos in China. These are the Chinese. These are the true Chinese, everybody, just so you know. Hold on. These are the old pictures of them. Look. These are old pictures of them back in the day. Yo. So, yeah, who invented gunpowder in this bitch? When there ain't no bullshit, who invented gunpowder? They will be with the bullshit. Real quick, everybody, forgot to mention Know Your Rights Foundation. Everybody, we're still taking in for the April class of Know Your Rights Foundation. It's going to be at the end of April 22nd or 23rd. I forgot which one it is. April 22nd, 23rd. But make sure you get in here. Trump is about to start smashing on you. If you don't want to get your ass drafted, you want to learn how to learn this goddamn Constitution. Learn the rules to the game. You can't be sitting around here ignorant to the laws and then be crying when the government smash you. I don't want to hear no shit from you. If you sitting around and you have not taken the time to learn about the laws and rules that govern your surroundings, and then I don't want to hear no crying when this shit smash you. I don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear it. The homie Timmy Tight Top. Y'all know Timmy Tight Top? He got pulled over. He got pulled over when I was doing the live stream a couple weeks ago. While I was on the live stream, he was texting, yo, SOS. Yo, I only got my passport. I don't got my ID. What do I do? This and that. Yo, hit me up. And I'm doing the live stream, so I didn't see it. Right? I didn't see it till after. And then boom, when I hit him up, I guess they had snatched him up already. But the reason that happened when I was doing something is because Timmy Tight Top has known I've been doing the law, teaching the law I've known Timmy Tight Top for 11 years now. He's known I've been doing this for 11 years. And he has not tried to do this. Timmy Tight Top like to do Timmy Tight Top stuff. So if you want to do Timmy Tight Top stuff, don't be crying when the universe says, you knew you should have learned that stuff and you ignored it. Now, when you actually need it, you trying to text him in an emergency and he not available. Yes, that's how the universe works. That's how it works. And you guys have been sitting here watching me teach this law stuff for years and knowing that you should get your ass in here and learn this law stuff, but not doing so. Get your butt in here now.
Every day, high-stress encounters test the trust between communities and authority. Reactive systems respond after harm, costly and too late. KYRF is changing that. Our scalable legal literacy programs equip people and officers to know their rights, reduce escalation, and build assets. Invest in prevention. Visit KYRF.org and join the movement to reshape public safety, city by city, life by life.
Too many people walk through life carrying fear. Not because they've done something wrong, but because no one ever told them they have rights. When you don't know the law, even ordinary life can feel like a risk. That's why we build Know Your Rights Foundation, a place where the law becomes clear, simple, and yours. Knowledge is your shield. The law is your defense. Start learning today at KYRF.org.
Yo, you hilarious, yo. Is that Max Julian? Is that Goldie? Is that Goldie with the spear? Oh, nigga, that's hilarious. You're right. He should have known. Yep. Oh man, y'all hilarious. You guys are hilarious. So absolutely, the Chinese. I don't know who said that he was talking about them. The Chinese people invented, but okay, Chinese people invented gunpowder, but who were the real Chinese? That would be the Negritos. That would be these niggas right here. You see this? Do you see this? God dang it. Oh man, I don't know what the hell. Where'd I just go? This just took me to a whole nother. All right, we go back to the Negrito. I don't know where that went. But yeah, those Negritos, niggas in China that live in the jungles. You don't see them in mainstream in the modern world. They live in the jungles, straight up chilling. Look at this. But this was the main ones I saw back in the day. Look at this. This is old time. Look at these white cats bending back. Look at all that. These are the ancestors or the fathers, the mothers and fathers of China right there. And they moved them to the jungles so that no one knows who the true mothers and fathers of China actually are. So we know what's up. But make sure you get out there, get that great book of Melanin Research, people. Get out there and get it.
What if the real superpower was already inside you? The Great Book of Melanin Research reveals 130 years of scientific studies conducted by governments around the world on you. This isn't fiction. It's real research on melanin uncovering its superconductive, photoconductive, cell-protective, and DNA shielding abilities. Yeah, they've known for over a century. Why don't you? Order now and get the exclusive Police Stop Law Package free. That's the Know Your Rights Manual, Constitutional Rights Card, Qualified Immunity Notice and Card, Police Stop Flashcards Volume 1 and 2, the Public Official Bonds Book. Learn how to hold them personally accountable. This is power in your hands, biological and legal. They studied you. Now you study them. Click the link. Get the truth. Get protected. The Great Book of Melanin Research. It's time you knew what they know.
It's time you knew what they know. Get the Great Book of Melanin Research. Make sure you do that. That's how you support real Nagas and get the whole Police Stop Law Package for free, everybody. This is how you get hooked up right here. Great Know Your Rights Manual, Public Official Bonds Book, Constitutional Rights Cards. Bam. Constitutional Rights Cards, Qualified Immunity Cards, and notice the ICE card. If you want to swap out the Constitutional Rights card for the Civil Rights card, you can do so. Just make sure you let me know within the email, and then make sure you let me know which t-shirt you want. You get one free t-shirt, only one, but this week, only one. I may bring back the other deal at some point in time down the future, but I was getting hit on those deals. So this is the way you support. You should help. You should want to support me this way in the regular process in which way I do a deal. I'm still giving you like $200 worth of stuff for free. So get out there and support, goddammit. But again, you can get whatever t-shirt you want. Bam. 1, 2. That's 3. And number 2 right here. You don't get the hoodie. I'm not doing hoodies, but t-shirt, I'll hook you up. Let me know. Other than that, I'm out of here, everybody. Thank you, everybody. All my moderators. Appreciate you. All the people who hit the Cash App today. Appreciate y'all. Rashid. I see you came in here. Rashid and Sharice. Sharice Reed L. Let me give you some love before we get out of here. Appreciate y'all. For the super chat.
May the force be with
you. And the cash apps. Appreciate y'all. All right, everybody. I'm out of here. And as Master Yoda said,
may the force be with you.
Deuces.
Real Nagas, tap in.